Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. The first whisper came at 3 in the morning, when Wayne Manor lay wrapped in the profound silence that only old houses know. Bruce Wayne had been reviewing case files in his study, the familiar weight of solitude settling around him like a well-worn cloak, when he heard it. A sound so faint it might have been imagination, yet distinct enough to make him pause mid-sentence in his reading. It seemed to rise from the very walls themselves, a susurration that spoke of secrets buried deeper than memory. The sound carried no words he could distinguish, yet something in its cadence felt almost familiar, like a half-remembered lullaby from childhood. Bruce set aside his papers and listened, but the whisper had already faded into the manor's natural symphony of settling timbers and distant wind. Alfred appeared in the doorway moments later, carrying a silver tray with Earl Grey and digestive biscuits, his nightly ritual of ensuring Master Bruce maintained at least some semblance of proper habits. The butler's expression was characteristically composed, but Bruce had known Alfred long enough to detect the subtle tension around his eyes. "Did you hear that?" Bruce asked quietly, not wanting to disturb whatever delicate balance kept the whispers contained. Alfred set the tray down with practiced silence. "I've been hearing sounds for the past several nights, sir. Nothing I could identify with certainty, but..." He paused, his usually steady hands adjusting the teacup with unnecessary precision. "Old houses speak, as you know, but these whispers seem different, more purposeful, if you'll forgive the fanciful description." Bruce rose from his desk, moving to the tall windows that overlooked the manor's grounds. Moonlight cast long shadows across the manicured lawns, and beyond them, Gotham's skyline glittered with 10,000 points of light. Yet something about the familiar view felt unsettled tonight, as if the very foundations of his world had shifted imperceptibly. "Alfred," he said slowly, "how long has your family served the Waynes?" The question seemed to surprise the butler. "6 generations, sir. My great-great-grandfather began his service with your great-great-grandfather in 1855. Why do you ask? Have you ever wondered about the manor's original construction, the architectural inconsistencies you mentioned last month?" Alfred's expression grew thoughtful. "Indeed, sir. I've noticed them more frequently lately. Doorways that lead nowhere, walls that seem thicker than necessary, spaces that don't quite align with the official blueprints. I'd attributed them to renovations over the decades, but..." He trailed off, clearly reluctant to voice some growing suspicion. Another whisper threaded through the room then, clearer than before. This time, Bruce caught fragments that might have been words. "Wayne, remember, beneath." The sound seemed to emanate from the east wall, where portraits of his ancestors gazed down with painted eyes that suddenly seemed less benevolent than he'd always imagined. "We need to examine those inconsistencies more carefully," Bruce decided, "starting with the Foundation records." Alfred nodded, though his usually unflappable demeanor showed signs of strain. "I'll retrieve the architectural plans from the family archives, sir, though I must say, Some of the older documents have been difficult to locate recently. As if responding to their conversation, the whispers grew slightly louder, weaving through the walls with serpentine persistence. Bruce found himself drawn to the portrait of his great-great-grandfather, Nathaniel Wayne, a stern man whose official biography credited him with much of Gotham's early philanthropic infrastructure. Yet now, studying the painted features in the context of these mysterious sounds, Bruce noticed something he'd never observed before. A small owl pin adorning the man's lapel. "Alfred," he said quietly, "what do you know about the Court of Owls?" The butler's face went pale. "An old Gotham nursery rhyme, sir. Children's stories about—" He paused, visibly steeling himself. "Where did you hear that name?" "Oracle's been tracking unusual patterns in Gotham's historical records. References to a secret society, architectural symbols, disappearances that follow certain patterns." Bruce turned from the portrait to study Alfred's reaction. The owl imagery appears in some very old city documents that predate official records of the Wayne family's arrival in Gotham. Another whisper drifted through the room, and this time both men heard it clearly. The Wayne legacy built on borrowed bones. Alfred's hand trembled almost imperceptibly as he reached for the tea service. "Perhaps we should examine those foundation records immediately, sir." They descended to the Manor's basement archives, a climate-controlled chamber that housed centuries of Wayne family documents. Alfred moved with practiced efficiency despite his obvious unease, retrieving leather-bound volumes and rolled blueprints that smelled of age and carefully preserved secrets. "The original construction documents," Alfred explained, spreading a large blueprint across the reading table, "dated 1855 when your great-great-grandfather commissioned the Manor's construction." His finger traced the building's outline, pausing at several locations. "But see here, sir, these chambers beneath the east wing don't appear on any of the later renovations plans." Bruce studied the blueprint with growing interest. The underground spaces formed an intricate network that extended far beyond what he'd always assumed were simple storage cellars. More concerning, the passages seemed to connect with tunnel systems that stretched toward Gotham proper. Infrastructure that had no apparent functional purpose for a private residence. "These passages," he said, measuring distances with his finger, "they're too elaborate for practical use, and they predate the Manor's construction by—" "How much?" Alfred consulted another document, his expression growing more troubled. "According to these notations, the tunnel system was already present when construction began. Your ancestor built the manor to incorporate existing underground architecture." He looked up, meeting Bruce's eyes. Said, "I believe we may be standing above structures that were never meant to be discovered." As if summoned by his words, the whispers returned with renewed intensity. They seemed to flow through the very air vents, carrying fragments of conversation that felt less like random sounds and more like deliberate communication. Wayne, chosen, served, forgotten purpose. Bruce activated his cowl's recording function, hoping to capture audio evidence of the phenomena, but when he played back the recording moments later, it contained only silence. Whatever force generated these whispers existed beyond normal technological detection. "We need to access those passages," he decided. "Tonight." Alfred hesitated. "Sir, if these spaces have remained sealed for over a century, perhaps there's wisdom in leaving them undisturbed." "Alfred," Bruce said gently, "what aren't you telling me?" The butler's composure finally cracked slightly. "My predecessor, my grandfather's predecessor, left private notes about unusual incidents in the manor, sounds at night, architectural anomalies, visitors who came calling but were never officially received. He retrieved a slim journal from beneath the other documents. I've never shared these records because they seemed fanciful, but in light of recent events, Bruce opened the journal carefully, reading entries dated over a century ago. The handwriting was precise, professional, but the content was increasingly unsettling. March 15th, 1887. Master Nathaniel received visitors after midnight. No formal appointment recorded. Guests departed through passages I was not aware existed. Master instructed household to forget we had seen anyone. March 22nd, 1887. Found owl feathers in chambers that should be inaccessible. Master Nathaniel insists no birds could have entered the sealed areas. Beginning to question what else might have access to the manor's hidden spaces. April 3rd, 1887. Master Nathaniel's behavior increasingly erratic. Speaks of duties and inherited obligations that predate his documented family history. I fear the Wayne legacy carries burdens that were never recorded in official genealogies. The whispers seemed to grow stronger as Bruce read, weaving through the archive chamber with increasing urgency. Now they carried what sounded almost like names. Nathaniel, Thomas, Martha, Bruce. They know we're here, Bruce realized. They know we're discovering their secrets. Alfred straightened his shoulders, his natural courage reasserting itself despite obvious fear. Then we should discover them properly, sir. If the Wayne family has some connection to this Court of Owls, we need to understand what that means. For Gotham, and for you. They returned to the main floor, where Bruce accessed the Batcave's computer systems to overlay the historical blueprints with modern architectural scans of the manor. The comparison revealed extensive underground spaces that had been carefully concealed during decades of renovations. Chambers that maintained independent ventilation systems and showed signs of regular, if infrequent, use. "Oracle," Bruce said, activating his communication system. "I need you to research every reference to owl symbolism in Wayne family documents. Cross-interference with Gotham historical records, particularly anything relating to secret societies or underground architecture." "Already on it," Barbara's voice replied, though she sounded puzzled. "Bruce, I've been getting some strange interference in the cave systems tonight. Almost like someone's been monitoring our communication. Security breach, no. That's just it. The monitoring seems to be coming from within the manor itself, like there are listening devices built into the architecture that I never detected before." Alfred's expression grew grim. "Sir, if the Court of Owls has been using Wayne Manor as some form of observatory, then they've been watching the Wayne family for generations." The implications settled over them like a shroud. Bruce had always assumed his family's wealth and influence in Gotham was the result of legitimate business acumen and philanthropic dedication. The possibility that the Wayne legacy might be entangled with something darker, something that used their good name as cover for more sinister purposes, challenged everything he thought he knew about his heritage. We access those passages tonight, he decided, but carefully. If the court has been operating from beneath our feet for over a century, they'll have defenses we need to understand. As they prepared to investigate the hidden chambers, the whispers in the walls seemed to take on a different quality. Less urgent, more expectant, as if whatever force generated them was satisfied that their secrets would finally be revealed. Bruce found himself wondering if they were about to uncover the truth about his family's past, or walk directly into a trap that had been waiting for him since birth. The entrance to the hidden passages lay behind what appeared to be a solid stone wall in the manor's wine cellar. Alfred's examination of the historical documents had revealed the proper sequence for accessing it, a series of pressure points that had to be activated in precise order. The mechanism responded to their touch with silent efficiency, revealing that despite its age, it had been maintained in perfect working condition. Someone's been keeping these systems operational, Bruce observed, noting the well-oiled hinges and clean mechanisms. This isn't abandoned architecture, it's active infrastructure. The passage beyond stretched into darkness that seemed to absorb their flashlight beams. The walls were lined with the same grey stone used in Gotham's oldest buildings, but the craftsmanship was different, more elaborate, incorporating owl motifs that became increasingly obvious as they progressed deeper underground. Alfred moved beside him with determined composure, though Bruce could sense his discomfort with each step they took further from the familiar manor above. "Sir," the butler said quietly, "there's something else I should mention. Last week, while you were on patrol, I found fresh flowers in the manor's front hall, arranged in patterns I didn't recognize, but placed with obvious intention." "Ha! You didn't mention this before." "I assumed they were a delivery error, but now," Alfred gestured to the owl carvings surrounding them. The arrangement resembled these symbols, almost like someone was leaving us a message. They reached a junction where the passage branched in 3 directions. Each tunnel was marked with different owl variations, some with wings spread, others with eyes that seemed to track their movement in the shifting light. Bruce consulted the historical blueprints, but the documents became increasingly vague about the deeper structures. "The left passage leads toward Gotham proper," he decided. "If we're going to find answers about the court's connection to my family, that's where they'll be." The tunnel they chose descended steadily, its walls gradually incorporating elements that definitely predated the manor's construction. Ancient stones bore inscriptions in languages Bruce couldn't immediately identify, and niches held objects that looked like they'd been placed centuries ago but showed no signs of decay. "Preservation technology that shouldn't exist," Bruce murmured, examining what appeared to be fresh parchment in a niche that should have been sealed for decades. "Someone's been maintaining these artifacts. Or replacing them," Alfred suggested grimly. They emerged into a circular chamber that took their breath away. The space was far larger than the blueprints had suggested, with a domed ceiling that disappeared into shadows above their heads. The walls were lined with alcoves containing what looked like historical documents, artifacts, and portraits, a secret archive that had been accumulating material for generations. At the center of the chamber stood a large table carved from a single piece of dark stone. Its surface was covered with documents that appeared to be genealogical charts, maps of Gotham's development over time, and what looked like contracts written in archaic legal language. Bruce approached the table carefully, his enhanced vision scanning for security measures, but the chamber seemed to welcome their presence, as if they were expected visitors rather than intruders. "Alfred," he said softly, "look at this." The genealogical chart traced the Wayne family lineage, but with additional notations that didn't appear in any official records. Names were connected not just by blood relationships, but by symbols that resembled the owl motifs throughout the chamber. More disturbing, each generation included notations about services rendered and obligations inherited. According to this, Bruce continued, studying the document with growing unease, every Wayne patriarch has had some form of relationship with the Court of Owls, not as members, but as... He paused, trying to interpret the archaic terminology. As assets, resources to be used when needed. Alfred examined a portrait that bore an uncanny resemblance to Bruce's father. "Sir, this painting shows your father wearing the same owl pin visible in your great-great-grandfather's portrait upstairs. But I never saw him wear such an item, because he wasn't supposed to," said a new voice from the chamber's entrance. They turn to find an elderly woman standing in the archway, her appearance so sudden and silent that Bruce's hand moved instinctively toward his utility belt. She was small, bent with age, but her eyes held a sharpness that suggested formidable intelligence. Most notably, she moved with the confidence of someone completely comfortable in these underground spaces. Dr. Helen Cray, she introduced herself, approaching without any apparent fear of Batman's intimidating presence. Former head librarian at Gotham University, current keeper of the court's historical records. I've been waiting for you to find this place, Mr. Wayne. You're not afraid, Bruce observed. At my age, young man, very little frightens me. And I've been hoping someone would finally ask the right questions about Gotham's true history. She gestured to the document spread across the stone table. Your family's story is more complicated than you realize, but perhaps not as dark as you fear. Alfred stepped forward protectively. Madam, if you represent the Court of Owls, I represent the truth. Dr. Cray interrupted gently, which is often more nuanced than either heroes or villains prefer to acknowledge. She moved to one of the wall alcoves, retrieving a leather-bound volume. The Court of Owls has existed in Gotham for centuries, yes, but their relationship with the Wayne family isn't what you might assume. She opened the book, revealing pages of meticulous historical documentation. The first Wayne to settle in Gotham, your ancestor, Nathaniel, wasn't recruited by the court. He was fleeing from them. His family had opposed their influence in other cities, and Gotham was meant to be a place where they could build something different. Bruce studied the documents she indicated, his enhanced vision capturing details that revealed their authenticity. The papers described conflicts between early Wayne family members and court representatives, struggles over Gotham's development that had been carefully erased from official histories. But the court adapted, Dr. Cray continued. Instead of destroying the Wayne family, they decided to use them. Each generation of Waynes would unknowingly serve court interests while believing they were acting independently. Your family's philanthropy, your business decisions, even your location choices, all subtly influenced to serve their agenda, including the Manor's location, Alfred realized with dawning horror. Built directly above one of their oldest operational centers, Dr. Cray confirmed. The court has been listening to Wayne family conversations, monitoring your activities, guiding your choices for over a century. Not as enemies, but as shepherds managing valuable resources. The implications struck Bruce like a physical blow. Every major decision his family had made, every philanthropic initiative, every business venture, had they all been manipulated to serve the court's mysterious purposes? But you're here, he said to Dr. Cray, telling me this. Why? Her expression grew sad. Because the current court leadership has decided the Wayne family has outlived its usefulness. Your activities as Batman have made you too independent, too difficult to control. They've decided to retire. Your family's service. A new sound echoed through the chamber. Footsteps approaching from multiple directions. Not the whispers they'd been hearing, but the measured tread of people moving with military precision. Talos, Dr. Cray whispered, her composure finally showing cracks. The court's assassins. I'd hoped we'd have more time. Bruce immediately moved to defensive positions, pulling Alfred behind cover while assessing their tactical situation. The chamber had multiple entrances, but they were all now occupied by figures in dark clothing that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. How many? He asked Oracle through his cowl's communication system. I can't get clear readings, her voice replied, with obvious frustration. They're using some kind of technology that interferes with standard detection methods. The Talons began advancing into the chamber, moving with inhuman coordination. Their faces were hidden behind masks that resembled stylized owl features, and their movements suggested enhancement beyond normal human capabilities. "Dr. Cray," Bruce said quietly, "is there another way out of here?" "There are passages," she replied, "but they'll know about those too. The court has had centuries to map every inch of these underground systems." One of the Talons stepped forward, removing its mask to reveal features that should have been reassuring in their humanity, but instead were deeply unsettling. The face was young, unmarked by age, but the eyes held knowledge that spoke of decades or centuries of experience. "Bruce Wayne," the Talon spoke, its voice carrying an odd resonance. "Son of Thomas, grandson of Alan, great-grandson of Solomon. The court extends greetings to the latest generation of our unwitting servants." "I serve no one," Bruce replied, moving to keep the Talon in sight while protecting Alfred and Dr. Cray. "Your family has served us for 5 generations, the Talon continued, with what might have been amusement. "Every philanthropic gesture, every business decision, every choice about where to live and how to spend your wealth, all guided by our careful influence. The Wayne legacy exists because we allowed it to exist." Dr. Cray stepped forward with surprising courage. "Tell him about his parents, Nathan. Tell him what the court decided about Thomas and Martha Wayne." The Talon's expression shifted slightly, showing what might have been regret. "Your parents began asking inconvenient questions, Bruce Wayne. Like you, they discovered evidence of the court's influence. Unlike you, they attempted to confront us directly." The words hit Bruce like ice water. "You killed them." "We arranged for their removal from active interference," the Talon corrected. "A mugging gone wrong was cleaner than other methods. It preserved the Wayne family reputation while ending their threat to our operations." Alfred made a sound of pure outrage, but Bruce felt only a cold clarity settling over him. Everything he'd believed about his parents' death, about random crime in Gotham, about his motivation for becoming Batman, all of it had been constructed around a lie designed to protect the court's interests. "But you survived," the Talon continued. "And worse, you used your parents' death as motivation to become something we couldn't control. Batman was never part of our plans for the Wayne legacy." "So you've decided to end the arrangement," Bruce concluded. "The Wayne family has served its purpose. Gotham's development has reached the stage where we no longer require your contributions. Your death will be appropriately heroic. Batman, killed while investigating corruption in Gotham's government. The city will mourn you as a fallen hero, never knowing you died defending a legacy built on manipulation." Dr. Cray stepped between Bruce and the advancing Talons. "There's something else you should know," she said urgently. "Something I discovered in the deepest archives. The court's control over your family wasn't perfect. Each generation of Waynes found ways to resist, to plant seeds of future rebellion. Your parents weren't the first to discover the truth. They were part of a plan your great-grandfather put in motion decades ago." She pressed a small object into Bruce's hand, an ornate key that felt warm despite the chamber's cold air. "Solomon Wayne left instructions, hidden where the court couldn't find them. He knew this day would come, when the Wayne family would need to break free completely." The Talon called Nathan advanced with inhuman speed, but Bruce was already moving. Years of training and combat experience merged with desperate determination as he engaged multiple assassins simultaneously. The chamber erupted into violence that seemed to echo through the underground spaces with supernatural resonance. Alfred, despite his age, proved that decades of serving the Wayne family had prepared him for more than just domestic duties. He moved with surprising agility, helping Dr. Cray reach one of the chamber's side passages while providing tactical support that kept the Talons from overwhelming Bruce's position. "The key," Dr. Cray called out as they reached the passage entrance. "Use it on the central altar. Your great-grandfather built countermeasures into this place." Bruce fought his way to the stone table, the key Dr. Cray had given him growing warmer in his hand. At the table's center, nearly invisible unless you knew to look for it, was a small lock mechanism carved directly into the stone. The key fit perfectly, turning with a sound like grinding thunder. Immediately the chamber began to change. Hidden mechanisms activated throughout the space, revealing that the Wayne family's ancestors had indeed prepared for this confrontation. Passages sealed themselves, cutting off the Talon's retreat routes. Emergency lighting activated, dispelling the darkness that had been the assassin's primary advantage. Most importantly, a new voice began speaking through hidden acoustic systems built into the chamber's architecture. Solomon Wayne's voice, recorded using technology that shouldn't have existed in the 1920s, but somehow preserved perfectly through the decades. "If you're hearing this message," the voice said, "then the court has finally decided the Wayne family has outlived its usefulness. I've spent my entire adult life preparing for this moment, building defenses they never suspected, creating weapons they couldn't anticipate." The Talons paused in their attack, clearly confused by developments they hadn't expected. "Bruce," the recorded voice continued, somehow addressing him directly, "everything our family built in Gotham was designed to eventually break free from the court's influence. The philanthropic organizations, the business relationships, the political connections, all of it can be turned against them, if you know how to activate the proper systems." New mechanisms activated throughout the chamber, revealing weapons and tools that had been waiting in concealment for decades. But more than physical resources, Solomon Wayne's message provided something more valuable: information about the court's true weaknesses, their operational methods, their hidden vulnerabilities. "The court believes they control Gotham through secret influence and ancient tradition," the message explained, "but they've made a fundamental error. They've become dependent on the very systems they created to control others. Turn those systems against them, and their power collapses like a house of cards." The Talon called Nathan backed away from Bruce, his inhuman composure finally showing cracks. "This is impossible. We monitored every Wayne family member for generations. There were no hidden preparations." "You monitored the family members you knew about," Dr. Cray said from the passage entrance. "But Solomon Wayne had children you never discovered. Bloodlines that continued in secret, preparing for this confrontation while you watched the obvious descendants." Bruce understood. "Alfred." The butler straightened, his expression shifting from that of a loyal servant to something far more complex. "The Pennyworth family didn't begin serving the Waynes in 1855, sir. We are Waynes, a cadet branch that took a different name to avoid the court's attention, but maintained the true family mission across generations." 6 generations of servants, Bruce realized, who were actually 6 generations of guardians, watching, learning, preparing for the day when the court would reveal its true intentions. Alfred nodded. "My family has been documenting the court's activities, mapping their operations, identifying their weaknesses for over a century. Everything they've done to control Gotham we've been preparing to undo." The revelation transformed the tactical situation completely. The court had believed they were confronting an isolated individual, Batman, alone and outnumbered. Instead, they faced the culmination of a multi-generational plan that had been developing parallel to their own schemes. "Oracle," Bruce said, activating his communication systems with new understanding. Initiate the Wayne Foundation's emergency protocols. All of them. Which emergency protocols? Barbara's voice replied with confusion. The ones that were programmed by my great-grandfather and maintained by 6 generations of Pennyworths. Alfred will provide the activation codes. Alfred began speaking rapidly in what sounded like a mixture of languages, providing access codes that activated systems throughout Gotham. The Wayne family's philanthropic network, business holdings, and political connections all began executing pre-programmed responses that had been waiting dormant for decades. Throughout the city, Court of Owls safe houses found their utilities cut off by public works departments responding to emergency infrastructure concerns. Financial institutions began freezing accounts linked to court activities based on fraud investigations that materialized from decades-old evidence files. Political figures who had been serving court interests suddenly found themselves facing corruption charges, supported by documentation that seemed to appear from nowhere. The Talon called Nathan watched these developments with growing alarm. You're destroying centuries of careful work. We're freeing Gotham from centuries of manipulation, Bruce corrected, and the city was never meant to serve the court's agenda. My family's real legacy, the one you never suspected, was preparation for this moment. Dr. Cray emerged from the passage carrying additional documents. The archives contain evidence of the court's crimes going back 2 centuries. With the right distribution, their influence over Gotham's institutions will collapse within days. But Nathan had recovered from his initial shock, and his expression had shifted to something far more dangerous. If we cannot control Gotham through subtlety, we will control it through terror. The court has other resources, other methods. He produced a small device from his clothing, activating it with a gesture that sent signals throughout the underground complex. Immediately, the whispers in the walls returned, but now they carried a different message. Coordinates, target locations, instructions for a coordinated attack on Gotham's infrastructure. Every Talon in the city, Nathan explained with grim satisfaction, every safe house, every hidden operative, every sleeper agent we've positioned over the decades. If Gotham will not serve the court willingly, it will serve us through fear. Bruce understood that they had won a tactical victory but potentially triggered a much larger conflict. The court's response to exposure would be to abandon subtlety entirely, revealing their true strength in a direct assault on the city. Alfred, he said quietly, how extensive are the countermeasures my great-grandfather prepared? The butler's expression was grave but determined. Extensive enough, sir, but implementing them will require revealing the truth about the Wayne family's history to the entire city. There will be no more secrets, no more hidden agendas. Everything becomes public. Bruce looked around the chamber that had held his family's secrets for so long. The choice was clear. Maintain the comfortable lies that had protected the Wayne legacy, or expose everything in order to save Gotham from the court's final gambit. Do it, he decided. All of it. Let Gotham know the truth. Alfred nodded, producing a communication device that connected him to Oracle's systems. Barbara, I'm uploading historical files that will need immediate distribution to every news outlet in the city. Prepare for significant public reaction. What kind of files? She asked, though her tone suggested she was already beginning to process the data. The complete history of the Court of Owls' control over Gotham, Alfred replied, including their manipulation of the Wayne family, their assassination of Bruce's parents, and their current plan to terrorize the city into submission. As Alfred coordinated the information release, Bruce turned his attention to the immediate tactical situation. Nathan and his fellow Talons were preparing to withdraw from the chamber, but their body language suggested they were planning something more than simple retreat. "Dr. Cray," he said, "these underground passages, do they connect to other significant locations in the city?" Her expression grew alarmed. "The court built their network to provide access to every major building in Gotham. Government centers, utilities infrastructure, transportation hubs, they can reach anywhere, undetected. And now they're activating all their assets simultaneously," Bruce realized. "A coordinated attack designed to cripple the city's ability to respond." Nathan confirmed his analysis with a cold smile. "Gotham will learn what happens to cities that refuse the court's guidance. By dawn, your precious city will be begging for our protection." The Talon leader gestured to his companions, and they began moving toward passages that would take them to their assigned targets. But as they moved, something unexpected happened. The passages began sealing themselves, one by one, responding to automated systems that had been triggered by Alfred's data transmission. "Impossible," Nathan snarled, finding his escape route blocked by mechanisms he couldn't override. "My great-grandfather anticipated this scenario as well," Bruce explained. "If the court ever revealed the full extent of their network, the countermeasures would activate to trap them in their own passages." Throughout the underground complex, similar scenes were playing out, as Talons found themselves cut off from their targets by systems that turned the court's own infrastructure against them. The network they had built to control Gotham became a prison that contained their operatives, but Nathan was far from defeated. "You may have trapped us temporarily," he said, "but the court has resources beyond these tunnels. Above ground, our remaining agents are already beginning their work." As if to confirm his words, distant sounds began echoing through the chamber. Explosions, sirens, the sounds of a city under coordinated attack. The court's surface agents were implementing their contingency plan, targeting Gotham's vital systems while their underground operatives were contained. Bruce activated his Cowl's communication systems, connecting with Oracle and the GCPD's emergency services. "Barbara, what's the situation topside?" "Coordinated attacks on power stations, water treatment facilities, communication hubs," she replied, her voice tense with concentration. "It's like they have access to the city's infrastructure blueprints. They're hitting exactly the points that would cause maximum disruption, because they do have those blueprints," Dr. Cray said grimly. "The court has been planning this contingency for decades. If they couldn't control Gotham through manipulation, they would control it through chaos." Alfred looked up from his coordination efforts. "Sir, the information release is having effect. News outlets are beginning to broadcast the truth about the court, and public reaction is significant. But the attacks are undermining the city's ability to respond effectively." Bruce studied the tactical situation, weighing their options. The court's plan was ingenious in its scope. By attacking both the city's infrastructure and its faith in established institutions simultaneously, they were creating conditions that would eventually force Gotham to accept their open rule as preferable to continued chaos. "There's one more countermeasure," he decided, "but it requires exposing something I've kept secret from everyone, including you, Alfred." He moved to a section of the chamber they hadn't previously explored, revealing a hidden alcove that contained equipment that looked distinctly more modern than the rest of the chamber's contents. Bruce activated the systems with codes that weren't in any of the historical documents. "I've been preparing for this possibility since I became Batman," he explained. "Not just preparing to fight the court, but preparing to coordinate with every resource Gotham has, official and unofficial, legal and questionable. The equipment activated, establishing communication links with networks that shouldn't have existed. contact points with every vigilante who had ever operated in Gotham, coordination systems with criminal organizations that had reason to oppose the court's control, emergency protocols with federal agencies that had been quietly monitoring Gotham's unusual activities. "Sir," Alfred said with a mixture of admiration and concern, "you've built your own shadow network to fight shadows." "You need to become one," Bruce replied. "But unlike the court, my network was built on cooperation rather than control. Every participant chose to be involved, understanding the full truth of what they were supporting." Nathan watched these developments with growing alarm. "You cannot rally the entire city against us. Gotham is too divided, too conflicted. Its people will never unite behind a single cause." "You're right," Bruce agreed. "They won't unite behind a cause, but they will unite against a threat. And thanks to the information Alfred is distributing, they now understand exactly what that threat is." Throughout Gotham, the revelation of the court's existence and their role in the city's history was having exactly the effect Bruce had anticipated. Citizens who had never agreed on anything were finding common ground in their outrage at being manipulated for generations. Criminal organizations were suspending their usual activities to focus on eliminating court operatives from their territories. Law enforcement agencies were coordinating with vigilante groups they had previously opposed. The court had unified Gotham, but not in the way they had intended. "Oracle," Bruce said, "coordinate with GCPD, every court safe house, every hidden operative, every talon that's still active. I want locations and tactical options." "Already on it," Barbara replied. "And Bruce?" "The city's responding better than you might have expected. People are actually working together. It's unprecedented." Nathan's composure finally cracked completely. "This is not possible. Gotham is a city of shadows, secrets, competing interests. It cannot unite against us." "You're right about Gotham being a city of shadows," Bruce acknowledged. "But you made one crucial error. You assumed that meant it was a city of darkness. Sometimes shadows exist to protect the light." Dr. Cray stepped forward, carrying one final document from the archives. "There's something else, Nathan. Something the court never knew about their own history." She opened the ancient text, revealing pages that described the organization's original foundation. The Court of Owls wasn't created to control Gotham. It was created to protect the city from something else. Something the founders feared was coming. Nathan stared at the document, his inhuman composure replaced by very human confusion. That's not possible. Our traditions, our purpose, have been corrupted over the centuries." Dr. Cray continued. "Each generation of court leadership modified the organization's mission, gradually transforming protectors into controllers. The modern court bears almost no resemblance to what its founders intended." Bruce studied the ancient text, his enhanced vision capturing details that revealed its authenticity. The original Court of Owls had been established as guardians against a specific threat, something called the hunger from below, that had apparently menaced other cities throughout history. "What happened to this original threat?" he asked. Dr. Cray's expression grew troubled. "According to these records, it was never eliminated, only contained through the coordinated efforts of protector organizations in multiple cities. But if the Gotham Court has abandoned its original mission," the implications were staggering. The Court of Owls had spent centuries positioning themselves to control Gotham while neglecting their actual responsibility to protect it from something potentially far more dangerous. Nathan seemed to be experiencing some form of existential crisis as he processed this information. We were supposed to be protecting the city? Our assassination protocols, our control networks, our manipulation of civic institutions. were all tools that could have been used for protection, Alfred observed, but instead were turned toward domination. Bruce activated his communication systems again. Oracle, expand the search parameters. I want information about other cities, other protector organizations, anything that relates to this hunger from below reference. Bruce, Barbara's voice carried new urgency. You need to see this. I'm detecting seismic activity beneath the city. Multiple locations, but concentrated in the oldest sections of Gotham's underground. The whispers in the walls returned. But now they carried a different quality entirely. Not the purposeful communication of the court's systems, but something far more primal and disturbing. Whatever force had been contained beneath Gotham for centuries was responding to the chaos above ground. The attacks on the infrastructure, Dr. Cray realized with growing horror. The court's assault on the city's foundations. They're weakening more than just civic systems. They're compromising the containment measures. Nathan looked up from the ancient documents, his face pale with understanding. We have to stop the attacks immediately. Call back all Talons. Cease all operations against the city's infrastructure. Too late, Bruce said, monitoring the seismic readings through his cowl systems. The damage is already accumulating. Whatever your organization was supposed to be containing, it's beginning to break free. The chamber around them began to vibrate with tremors that seemed to come from deep underground, far deeper than the court's passages, far older than Gotham's recorded history. The whispers in the walls transformed into something that might have been screaming, a sound that bypassed the ears and spoke directly to some primal fear center in the human brain. Alfred, Bruce said, I need you to coordinate with Oracle. Get every available resource focused on structural reinforcement of the city's foundations, emergency protocols for underground containment, and, Dr. Cray, I need everything you know about these original protective measures. Sir, Alfred replied, if this threat is as significant as these records suggest, we may need resources beyond what Gotham can provide. Bruce nodded grimly. Then we expand the network. Every contact I've developed, every alliance I've built, every favor I can call in. If the Court of Owls was supposed to be protecting the entire region, then the entire region has a stake in resolving this situation. Nathan stepped forward, his earlier hostility replaced by desperate cooperation. The court still has resources, knowledge that could be useful, if we work together. Because they tried to kill me and destroy the city, Bruce asked. Because the alternative is worse, Nathan replied simply. Far worse. The tremors continued to intensify, and through the underground passages they could hear sounds that suggested the court's network was beginning to collapse under forces that had nothing to do with their previous conflict. Something was rising, from depths that even the court hadn't suspected, and it was using their own tunnels as pathways to the surface. Bruce looked around the chamber that had revealed so many secrets, understanding that they had only begun to uncover the true mysteries lying beneath Gotham. The Court of Owls, the Wayne family legacy, even his own mission as Batman. All of it might be merely surface manifestations of conflicts that went far deeper than anyone had realized. Then we work together, he decided. Of us. Because whatever's down there has been waiting a very long time to reach the surface, and it's not going to care about our previous differences. As they began coordinating their response to this new threat, the whispers in the walls seemed to take on an almost satisfied quality, as if the revelation of Gotham's deepest secrets had been exactly what some ancient intelligence had been waiting for. The Court of Owls had spent centuries believing they controlled the city's destiny, never realizing they were merely the latest chapter in a story that began long before Gotham's foundation, and would continue long after its current crisis was resolved. But for now, In a chamber deep beneath Wayne Manor, representatives of every force that had shaped Gotham's history were finally working together toward a common goal: protecting the city they all, in their different ways, called home. The whispers fell silent, as if whatever force generated them was finally content to watch and wait, while the surface dwellers struggled to understand the true nature of their inheritance. Above them, Gotham continued to burn and rebuild, as it always had, as it always would. A city of shadows and light, secrets and revelations, where the deepest mysteries were always buried just beneath the foundations of everything its citizens thought they knew about their home. The ancient tremors beneath Wayne Manor had finally stilled, and the whispers in the walls fell silent as dawn broke over Gotham. Bruce Wayne stood in his study, watching the first rays of sunlight paint the city's skyline in shades of gold and amber. The revelations about his family's true history with the Court of Owls had changed everything, yet somehow the manor felt more peaceful than it had in months. Alfred entered quietly, carrying a silver tray with morning tea, a return to their cherished routines after the chaos of recent nights. The butler's face showed the weariness of someone who had spent generations guarding family secrets, but also the relief of finally sharing those burdens. "The structural engineers have finished their preliminary assessment of the underground passages, sir," Alfred reported, setting the tray down with practiced precision. "The containment measures appear to be holding, and the city's foundations are stable." Bruce nodded, accepting the offered cup of Earl Grey, and the court's remaining operatives, either in custody or disappeared entirely. It seems that without their central coordination, most chose to abandon Gotham rather than face exposure. Alfred's expression grew thoughtful. "Though Oracle reports some unusual activity in the old theater district. Nothing related to our recent troubles, but perhaps worth monitoring." Theater district? Bruce's interest sharpened slightly. What kind of activity? "Disturbances at some of the abandoned venues. Sounds that residents describe as peculiar. Not the architectural whispers we've grown accustomed to, but something more." Alfred paused, searching for the right word. "Musical, in a disturbing sort of way." Bruce set down his teacup, already sensing that Gotham's mysteries never truly ended. They merely transformed into new patterns that required different kinds of attention. The city's healing from the court's influence would take time, but other shadows were always ready to fill the spaces left by defeated darkness. "Musical disturbances in abandoned theaters," he mused. "That has a familiar ring to it." Alfred's expression showed knowing concern. "Indeed, sir. Particularly when combined with reports of a mild-mannered man who's been seen talking to himself near those same venues. The conversations appear to be rather one-sided arguments." The morning light continued to strengthen outside the study windows, but Bruce found himself already thinking about the coming night. Gotham's secrets had layers within layers, and solving one mystery often revealed doorways to others. The Court of Owls had been contained, but the city's troubled souls continued to need attention, souls that sometimes found strange ways to cry out for help. "I think," Bruce said quietly, "we should pay attention to those theater district reports. Some mysteries whisper through walls and others." He paused, remembering fragments of intelligence about psychological cases that defied conventional understanding. Others sing lullabies that no one should have to hear alone. The gramophone's needle found its groove with a soft whisper, releasing a melody that hadn't been heard in decades. The lullaby drifted through the empty corridors of the Moroni Theater, its notes distorted by age and neglect, transforming what should have been comforting into something deeply unsettling. Batman stood in the theater's abandoned lobby, listening to the ghostly music echo off peeling wallpaper and water-stained velvet. "Rock-a-bye, baby, in the treetop." The warped voice sang through ancient speakers, each word stretched and hollow. "When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall." The crime scene photographer had finished hours ago, leaving behind only chalk outlines and evidence markers. But the gramophone continued its endless loop, playing the same nursery rhyme that had greeted the first officers on scene. 3 bank executives, found arranged in perfect formation across the theater's front row seats, each clutching a porcelain doll that matched their evening attire down to the smallest detail. "Oracle," Batman sub-vocalized, his voice barely disturbing the theater's eerie quiet. "Any progress on identifying the gramophone's origin?" "Still working on it," came the reply through his cowl, "but I found something interesting in the crime scene photos. Look at how the dolls are positioned. Their hands aren't just holding, they're posed in what looks like sign language." Batman approached the nearest chalk outline, studying the residual traces of the scene. Even after the bodies had been removed, an unsettling presence lingered in the theater, as if the building itself had absorbed something from the bizarre tableau. The gramophone's lullaby reached its end and began again, the needle catching slightly on a scratch that added an extra stutter to the opening notes. The song continued its hypnotic cycle while Batman examined the positioning more carefully. Oracle was right. The doll's tiny fingers had been arranged with deliberate precision, forming shapes that suggested communication beyond mere decoration. This wasn't random madness. Someone had taken considerable time to create this grotesque performance. The positioning suggests our perpetrator has knowledge of American Sign Language, Batman observed, photographing the arrangements with his cowl's enhanced imaging. But the message isn't clear from these photos alone. "That's where it gets interesting," Oracle replied. "I've been cross-referencing recent releases from Arkham. Arnold Wesker was discharged 3 weeks ago, officially cured according to his psychiatric evaluation. No sign of the Scarface personality in his final 6 months of treatment." Batman felt a familiar chill at the mention of Wesker's name. The ventriloquist had always been one of Gotham's most tragic villains, a gentle soul fractured by trauma, controlled by the murderous persona he projected onto his wooden dummy. If Wesker was truly healed, why were they seeing his signature style of theatrical crime? The gramophone's lullaby grew fainter as Batman made his way deeper into the theater, following a trail of small wooden splinters that led toward the stage. The Moroni had been closed for renovations when the crime occurred, its grand interior stripped down to bare bones. But someone had taken care to set this scene with theatrical precision, using the empty space like a canvas for their disturbing art. Backstage, Batman discovered more evidence of the perpetrator's careful preparation. The makeup tables had been arranged with surgical precision, each station containing identical sets of children's cosmetics. Rosy cheeks, bright red lips, the kind of innocent decoration that became sinister in this context. The wooden splinters were more concentrated here, suggesting that whatever puppet had been involved had spent considerable time in this area. "Alfred," Batman spoke into his comm, "I need you to contact Leslie Tompkins. If Wesker is involved in this, we need to understand his current psychological state." "Already on it, Master Bruce." Alfred's cultured voice provided a welcome contrast to the gramophone's endless lullaby. "Dr. Tompkins has agreed to meet with you tonight. She's quite concerned about Mr. Wesker's discharge. Apparently, she wasn't consulted, despite having treated him extensively in the past." Batman continued his investigation, noting how the crime scene's theatrical elements suggested someone with deep knowledge of both performance and psychology. The bank executives hadn't been killed here. They'd been brought to the theater post-mortem, arranged like actors in some macabre play. But what story? was the killer trying to tell? The gramophone's lullaby finally wound down as Batman reached the theater's basement levels. Here, in storage areas that hadn't seen light in years, he discovered the killer's true workshop. Rows of workbenches lined the walls, each covered with puppet-making supplies. Wood shavings, tiny fabric scraps, paint pots filled with flesh tones and bright primary colors. But these weren't ordinary puppets. Each figure on the benches was crafted to resemble real people, their features painstakingly carved and painted to match photographs pinned above each workspace. Batman recognized several faces from recent missing persons reports, their wooden doubles staring back at him with glassy, unseeing eyes. Oracle, I'm sending you images of approximately 30 puppets, each one apparently modeled after a real person, cross-relating them with missing persons, recent deaths, and anyone who might have had contact with Arnold Wesker. Processing now, Oracle replied, her typing audible through the comm. Bruce, some of these faces, they're children. Kids who've been reported missing over the past month. Batman's blood chilled as he examined the puppets more closely. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. Each tiny face captured with loving detail, their expressions peaceful and innocent. But the implications were horrifying. If these represented real children, where were the originals? A soft sound from the workshop's far corner drew his attention. Not the gramophone's lullaby, but something else. A whisper, barely audible, like a child talking to themselves in the dark. Batman approached carefully, his enhanced hearing isolating the sound from the building's other ambient noise. Please don't hurt me, the whisper repeated, so faint it might have been imagination. I'll be good, I promise. I'll be so very good. The voice led him to a hidden alcove behind the workshop, where a single figure sat hunched in the shadows. Not a puppet this time, but a man, thin, fragile, wearing clothes that seemed too large for his diminished frame. Arnold Wesker looked up as Batman approached, his eyes wide with the kind of terror that comes from a mind pushed beyond its limits. "You're not supposed to see me," Wesker whispered, his voice the same one Batman had heard pleading in the darkness. "The teacher doesn't like visitors. The teacher gets very angry when people interrupt the lessons." Batman knelt slowly, recognizing the need for careful approach. Wesker's psychological state was clearly fragile, but this wasn't the same man who had been dominated by the Scarface personality. Something new had taken residence in his fractured mind, something that spoke of lessons and teachers rather than gangster violence. "Arnold," Batman said gently, using the tone he'd learned from watching Leslie Tompkins work with trauma victims. "I'm here to help. Tell me about the teacher." Wesker's hands moved constantly as he spoke, his fingers forming shapes that Batman now recognized as sign language, but the movements were jerky, compulsive, as if he was being forced to translate every word into silent gestures. "The teacher comes at night," Wesker whispered, his fingers spelling out words with mechanical precision. "Shows me how to make the children safe, how to keep them from getting hurt like I did. The puppets can't feel pain, you see. They're perfect. They're protected." "Where are the children, Arnold? The real ones?" "Safe," Wesker replied, his sign language becoming more agitated. "All safe. The teacher showed me how to keep them safe forever. No more crying, no more fear, just quiet, peaceful sleep." Batman felt the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place with horrible clarity. The missing children, the elaborate puppet workshop, the theatrical crime scenes. Someone had convinced Wesker that he was protecting children by recreating them as wooden dolls, but the method of that protection remained terrifyingly unclear. "Arnold, I need you to show me where the children are. They need help." Wesker shook his head violently, his hands moving so rapidly that his sign language became illegible. No, no, no. The teacher says no visitors. The teacher says the lessons aren't finished. The children have to learn to be quiet first, have to learn to sleep. The sound of footsteps echoed from the theater above, slow and deliberate. Batman recognized the cadence. Someone was walking through the empty seats, perhaps retracing the killer's steps. But Wesker's reaction was immediate and terrifying. He curled into a tight ball, his whispered pleas becoming more frantic. "He's coming," Wesker breathed. "The teacher is coming for his lesson. I haven't been good enough. I haven't made them quiet enough." Batman activated his comm with a subtle gesture. "Oracle, I need immediate backup at the Moroni Theater, and get me everything you can find on anyone who might have had access to Wesker during his Arkham treatment." The footsteps above grew closer, accompanied by a new sound, the soft tap 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 of something wooden against the theater's wooden floors. Not the heavy thunk of Scarface's wooden body, but something smaller, more delicate. A conductor's baton, perhaps, or a puppet's limbs moved by invisible strings. "Arnold," Batman said urgently, helping Wesker to his feet. "We need to leave, now." But Wesker pulled away, his terror making him surprisingly strong. "No, if I run, he'll hurt the children. The teacher said they have to learn their lessons. They have to learn to be quiet and still and perfect. The children are already hurt, Arnold. They need medical attention. They need to go home to their families." "Families hurt children," Wesker replied, his voice taking on a different cadence, higher, more childlike. "Families make children cry and scream and beg. The teacher showed me the truth. Showed me how families break little minds into pieces." Batman realized he was no longer speaking to Arnold Wesker alone. The fractured man's mind had created a new protector personality, one that spoke with the voice of a terrified child but acted with adult cunning. This wasn't possession or external control, it was Wesker's psyche attempting to heal itself by recreating the dynamic that had once made him feel safe. The footsteps stopped directly above them, and a new voice drifted down through the theater's floorboards. Clear, cultured, with the precise diction of an old-fashioned schoolteacher. "Children, children, where have you wandered? Time for your lesson in being properly ordered." Wesker whimpered at the sound, his entire body trembling. "The teacher found us. He always finds us when we're bad. When we make noise, when we don't follow the rules." Batman drew Wesker deeper into the workshop shadows, his mind racing through possible escape routes. The voice above was human, not supernatural, which meant they were dealing with someone who had gained psychological control over Wesker through calculated manipulation. Someone who understood how to exploit existing trauma to create a new form of puppet show. "Arnold, listen to me," Batman whispered. "The teacher isn't real. He's just another puppet, just like Scarface. You have the power to make him stop." "No," Wesker shook his head frantically. "Scarface was loud and angry and mean. The teacher is kind. The teacher cares about children. The teacher wants to keep them safe from people like the ones who hurt me." The voice above began to sing the same lullaby that had been playing on the gramophone but now performed live with disturbing sweetness. "Rockabye children, don't make a sound. When lessons are over, peace will be found. Hush now, be still, let teacher take care. Soon you'll be perfect, beyond all despair." Wesker began moving toward the workshop's exit, drawn by the voice like a moth to flame. Batman realized that physical restraint would only traumatize him further, but allowing him to return to his captor wasn't an option either. "Arnold, wait. Tell me about the children. Are they hurt? Are they frightened?" "They were..." Wesker paused, his expression becoming distant. so frightened, crying all the time, begging to go home, but the teacher showed me how to make the fear stop, how to make everything stop. They sleep so peacefully now. Batman's blood ran cold. Arnold, are the children still alive? Alive? Wesker looked confused by the question. They're safe. Safe and quiet and perfect, just like the teacher promised. Just like I always wanted to be when I was little and the bad men came at night. Before Batman could respond, the basement door opened and a figure descended the stairs. Tall, thin, wearing the formal black robes of an old-fashioned schoolmaster. His face was pale and angular, with the kind of severe features that belonged in Victorian portraits of stern educators. He carried a conductor's baton in one hand and what appeared to be a leather-bound gradebook in the other. "Mr. Wesker," the figure said with disappointed authority, "you know better than to speak to strangers. We've discussed this in our lessons. Silence is golden. Stillness is perfection. Why must you force me to repeat these basic principles?" Wesker immediately fell silent, his hands clasping behind his back in the posture of a chastised schoolchild. Batman noted the complete transformation. The terrified, broken man had become something else entirely, responding to conditioned behavioral cues with automatic precision. "And you," the teacher turned his attention to Batman, "are disrupting my classroom. This is a place of learning, a sanctuary where damaged children finally discover peace." Batman replied carefully, studying the man's mannerisms for clues to his identity. "They're finding terror and isolation. They need to go home." The teacher's laugh was genuinely amused, the sound of someone who found the comment adorably naive. "Home? Do you know what these children's homes were like? Do you understand the daily horrors they endured before I rescued them?" He opened his gradebook, revealing pages filled with detailed case histories, written in precise copperplate handwriting. Little Sarah Morrison, age 7. Parents divorced. Bitter custody battle. Used as a weapon between two people who claimed to love her. Tommy Chen, age 9. Father worked 16-hour days. Mother medicated herself into oblivion. Child raised by television and neglect. Batman recognized the names from missing persons reports, but the teacher's information went far beyond what would be available in public records. Someone had conducted extensive surveillance on these families, documenting every moment of dysfunction and pain. "You researched them," Batman observed. "Watched them, identified vulnerable targets." "I identified children who needed rescue," the teacher corrected firmly. "Children whose families had already abandoned them emotionally. I simply completed the process, providing them with the peace their biological guardians could never offer." Wesker nodded along with the teacher's words, his expression showing the kind of desperate hope that comes from finding meaning in trauma. This wasn't random madness. It was a carefully constructed delusion that allowed both men to feel righteous about their actions. "Where are they?" Batman asked. "The real children, not the puppets." The teacher smiled with genuine warmth, the expression transforming his severe features into something almost benevolent. "They're sleeping, of course. Perfect, dreamless sleep. No more nightmares about angry parents or empty houses. No more tears or fears or desperate pleas for love that will never come." Batman realized with growing horror that the teacher might not be lying. If his definition of perfect sleep was what it seemed to be, then the missing children were beyond rescue. But he couldn't accept that possibility, not without seeing proof, not without exhausting every alternative. "Show me," Batman said. "If they're truly at peace, show me where they're sleeping." The teacher considered this request with the careful deliberation of an actual educator. "Very well, but you must promise to observe quietly, no disruptions, no attempts to wake them. They've worked so hard to achieve this level of tranquility." He led them through a hidden passage behind the workshop. Wesker following with the obedient shuffle of a well-trained student. Batman catalogued every detail of their route, noting ventilation patterns and structural weaknesses that might be useful for emergency extraction. The passage opened into what had once been the theater's old rehearsal room, now converted into something that resembled a Victorian nursery crossed with a medical facility. Rows of small beds lined the walls, each covered with pristine white sheets and equipped with monitoring equipment that tracked vital signs in precise digital display. In each bed lay a child, perfectly still, breathing so slowly and deeply that they appeared to be in some form of medical coma. Their faces were peaceful, unmarked by the terror Batman had expected, but there was an unnatural quality to their stillness that suggested pharmaceutical intervention rather than natural sleep. "Beautiful, aren't they?" the teacher whispered, moving between the beds like a proud parent checking on his charges. No more restless tossing and turning, no more crying out in the night, pure, untroubled rest. Batman examined the nearest monitoring station, recognizing sophisticated life support equipment mixed with what appeared to be experimental psychiatric hardware. The children weren't dead, but they weren't truly alive either, suspended in some twilight state between consciousness and oblivion. "What did you give them?" he asked, though part of him already knew the answer. "A combination of techniques," the teacher replied proudly. "Pharmacological intervention to suppress the stress responses that cause nightmares and anxiety. Neurological dampening to quiet the overactive brain patterns that make children so restless and demanding. And of course, my own special lessons in perfect behavior." He gestured to speakers mounted throughout the room, from which soft lullabies played in an endless loop. Not the distorted gramophone recordings from the theater, but clear, sweet voices singing gentle songs about sleep and safety and never having to wake up. "The music is calibrated to specific brainwave frequencies," the teacher explained. "Combined with the medication, it maintains the precise level of consciousness needed for perfect rest. They hear my voice in their dreams, teaching them lessons about stillness and silence, and the beauty of never having to face another frightening day." Batman forced himself to check each child's vital signs, confirming that they were stable but heavily sedated. Reversing whatever the teacher had done would require immediate medical intervention and possibly extensive rehabilitation. But they were alive, which meant rescue was still possible. "This isn't peace," Batman said carefully, aware that the wrong words might trigger defensive violence. "Happiness. This is imprisonment. These children deserve the chance to grow up, to overcome their fears, to find real happiness." The teacher's expression hardened, his benevolent facade cracking to reveal something cold and calculating underneath. "Happiness? Do you think happiness was waiting for these children in their broken homes? Do you think Sarah Morrison would have been happy watching her parents destroy each other? Do you think Tommy Chen would have been happy growing up invisible and unwanted?" Batman realized he was looking at someone whose own childhood trauma had been twisted into a justification for perpetual cruelty. The teacher wasn't motivated by sadism, but by a genuinely held belief that he was saving these children from lives of pain and disappointment. "They deserve the chance to make that choice for themselves," Batman replied, "to decide whether life's difficulties are worth facing. You've taken away their agency, their future, their hope." "Hope?" The teacher laughed bitterly. "Hope is what keeps children suffering in situations that will never improve. Hope is the cruelest lie adults tell children, that someday things will get better, that someday someone will love them properly, that someday their pain will have meaning." Wesker had been listening to this exchange with growing agitation, his hands moving in compulsive sign language patterns. Now he stepped forward, his voice barely a whisper. "But what if they want to wake up? What if they want to try again? The teacher turned to him with disappointment so profound it was almost parental. Mr. Wesker, we've discussed this. Children don't know what's best for them. That's why they need teachers, need guides who can see the bigger picture. These little ones will thank us someday when they're old enough to understand what we've saved them from. I wanted someone to save me, Wesker said, his voice growing stronger, when I was little and scared and alone. But I didn't want to stop existing. I wanted someone to make the scary things go away so I could keep being alive. Batman saw the crack in the teacher's psychological hold over Wesker and pressed the advantage. These children want the same thing Arnold wanted. Not an end to consciousness, but help facing their fears. A chance to heal instead of hide. The teacher's composure finally shattered, revealing the frightened, angry child beneath his authoritative facade. You don't understand. None of you understand. Some children are too broken to heal. Some pain is too deep to overcome. Sometimes the kindest thing is to let them sleep forever. He grabbed a syringe from a nearby medical cart, its contents clearly intended for maintaining the children's comatose state. But instead of threatening his victims, he held it to his own throat. A final gesture of control from someone whose entire identity was built around having power over others. If I can't protect them properly, then I'll join them in perfect sleep. At least we'll be together in peace, away from a world that only knows how to hurt innocent souls. Batman and Wesker both moved simultaneously, but it was Wesker who reached the teacher first. Not with violence, but with the kind of gentle touch one traumatized person offers another. Don't, Wesker said softly. I know it hurts. I know you think this is the only way, but these children, they're not us. They don't have to carry what we carry. They can be different. They can be better. The teacher stared at him with confusion, as if seeing clearly for the first time in years. But the pain, how do they live with so much pain? The same way we do, Wesker replied. One day at a time, one breath at a time, and maybe with help from people who understand. Batman watched as two broken men found a moment of genuine connection. Their shared trauma creating a bridge between victim and victimizer. The teacher's hand trembled as he lowered the syringe, his entire worldview crumbling as he began to see his actions through Wesker's eyes. I thought I was protecting them, the teacher whispered. I thought I was giving them what I always wanted, a place where no one could hurt them anymore. You were protecting yourself, Batman said gently, trying to create a world where childhood trauma couldn't exist. But healing doesn't come from stopping pain, it comes from learning to live with it, to grow beyond it. The sound of sirens filled the air as GCPD units and emergency medical teams arrived at the theater. Batman had been maintaining contact with Oracle throughout the encounter, ensuring that proper medical support would be available for the children's recovery. Will they be all right? Wesker asked, watching as paramedics began the delicate process of reversing the children's pharmaceutical suspension. Will they remember what happened here? Some of it, Batman admitted. But Dr. Tompkins will work with them, help them process the experience in healthy ways. They'll have the chance to heal properly, not by forgetting their trauma, but by learning to live with it. The teacher allowed himself to be taken into custody without resistance, his authoritative facade completely gone. As the police led him away, he looked back at the sleeping children with genuine anguish. I'm sorry, he whispered. I thought I was saving you. Wesker watched until the teacher disappeared, then turned to Batman with an expression of profound sadness. He wasn't evil, was he? Just scared and broken and trying to make sense of senseless things. Like all of us, Batman agreed. The difference is in how we choose to handle that brokenness, whether we use it to justify hurting others, or whether we find ways to help. As the children were carefully transported to Gotham General for medical evaluation and treatment, Batman reflected on the thin line between victim and victimizer. Both Wesker and the teacher had experienced childhood trauma that shattered their ability to trust the world. One had created Scarface to embody his rage. The other had created a teaching persona to embody his desire for control. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice came through the comm as Batman prepared to leave the theater. "Dr. Tompkins has arrived at the hospital. She's optimistic about the children's recovery, though she warns it will take time and careful psychological support. And Wesker, also in Dr. Tompkins' care, she believes his experience tonight, standing up to the teacher, choosing to protect the children rather than enable their captor, represents a significant breakthrough in his own healing process." Batman made his way back through the theater's empty corridors, past the abandoned gramophone that had finally wound down to silence. The building felt different now, not haunted by trauma, but somehow lighter, as if a long-held breath had finally been released. Outside, Gotham's night continued its eternal cycle of shadows and streetlights, crime and compassion, fear and hope. The city's broken souls would keep struggling with their demons, some finding healing and others succumbing to their damage. But tonight, 15 children had been given the chance to wake up from nightmares not of their own making, to face their fears with proper support rather than artificial peace. Batman swung into the night, carrying with him the memory of Arnold Wesker's quiet courage, a reminder that even the most fractured minds could choose compassion over cruelty, protection over possession. In Gotham's endless darkness, such moments of genuine human connection were more precious than any treasure, more powerful than any weapon. The lullabies had ended, but the real work of healing was just beginning. For the rescued children, for Arnold Wesker, and for all the broken souls who called Gotham home, recovery would be a long journey measured not in grand gestures, but in small, daily choices to keep trying, keep hoping, keep believing that tomorrow might be better than today. In the distance, the first hints of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, bringing the promise of another day in a city that never quite gave up on its lost children, no matter how far they had wandered into the dark. 3 days later, Batman found himself standing in the pediatric wing of Gotham General Hospital, watching through reinforced glass as Dr. Leslie Tompkins worked with the rescued children. The recovery process was delicate, each child responding differently to the gradual withdrawal from the teacher's pharmaceutical cocktail. Some woke confused but alert, others drifted in and out of consciousness like swimmers learning to surface from great depths. The neurological dampening effects are wearing off faster than expected, Dr. Tompkins explained, joining Batman at the observation window. Children's brains are remarkably resilient. Their natural healing processes are already working to restore normal sleep patterns and emotional responses. Batman watched a young girl, Sarah Morrison according to her chart, as she sat up in bed, looking around with the wide-eyed wonder of someone seeing the world clearly for the first time in weeks. A nurse was patiently explaining where she was, offering reassurance that she was safe, that her parents were coming to see her soon. "What about their memories of the experience?" Batman asked. "Fragmented, mostly. The medications created a dreamlike state where reality and fantasy blended together. Some remember the lullabies, others recall peaceful feelings, but can't identify the source. It's actually protective. Their minds are filtering out the most traumatic elements while retaining enough to process the experience safely." Dr. Tompkins led him down the hallway to a private room where Arnold Wesker sat by a window, his hands occupied with delicate woodworking, not puppet making this time, but simple carving, small birds and flowers that seemed to emerge naturally from blocks of pine and oak. He's been working constantly since he arrived, Dr. Tompkins noted quietly. But look at what he's creating now, living things, growing things. His subconscious is choosing symbols of life and renewal rather than control and possession. Wesker looked up as they entered, his expression calmer than Batman had ever seen it. The frantic energy that had characterized both his Scarface period and his recent trauma was gone, replaced by something approaching genuine peace. "The children," Wesker said without preamble, "are they healing?" "They are," Dr. Tompkins assured him. "Thanks in large part to your courage. When you chose to protect them instead of enabling their captor, you broke the cycle that had trapped you both." Wesker nodded slowly, his hands continuing their careful carving. "I keep thinking about what you said, Batman. About healing coming from learning to live with pain rather than avoiding it. The teacher, Marcus, he tried to create a world without suffering, but that's not really living, is it?" Batman pulled up a chair, noting how Wesker had used the teacher's real name. Oracle's investigation had revealed Dr. Marcus Crane, a former child psychologist who had lost his license after experimental treatments on young patients. His own childhood had been marked by severe institutional abuse, creating the same cycle of trauma that had shaped Wesker's life. "How do you feel about testifying at his trial?" Batman asked. "Scared," Wesker admitted honestly, "but also hopeful, I think. Maybe if I can help people understand why he did what he did without excusing it, maybe other broken people won't have to go through the same journey." Dr. Tompkins smiled at this response. "That's exactly the kind of thinking that leads to genuine healing. Using your experience to help others rather than to justify harmful actions." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching Wesker's hands shape the wood into something beautiful and alive. Outside the hospital window, Gotham continued its eternal dance of light and shadow, but in this small room, something profound had shifted. The cycle of trauma and revenge had been broken, replaced by the slower but more sustainable process of genuine recovery. "There's something else," Wesker said eventually. "Something I need to tell you about the crime scenes." The bank executives at the theater. Batman listened as Wesker explained how Marcus had orchestrated those deaths as a way of funding his operation. The executives hadn't been random victims but carefully chosen targets, men who had profited from foreclosing on the homes of troubled families, creating more displaced and vulnerable children. "Convinced me they deserved it," Wesker continued, "that we were protecting future children by eliminating people who preyed on struggling families. But that was just another way of avoiding the real work, helping existing children heal instead of preventing future suffering through violence." The sign language, Batman realized. The doll's hands were spelling out accusations against each victim. A confession, actually. Marcus wanted to document his righteousness, to leave evidence that would justify our actions to anyone who understood the code. He thought history would vindicate him as a protector of innocence. Dr. Tompkins made notes in Wesker's file, documenting this breakthrough in his understanding of his own actions. "This level of insight is remarkable, Arnold. You're not just remembering what happened, you're analyzing the psychological mechanisms that made it possible." "I had good teachers," Wesker replied with a slight smile. "People who showed me that understanding doesn't require approval, that I can recognize someone's pain without excusing their actions." Batman reflected on how different this conversation was from his usual encounters with Gotham's villains. Most remained trapped in cycles of justification and blame, unable to see beyond their own suffering. Wesker's willingness to examine his actions honestly, to feel empathy for both victims and victimizers, represented a rare form of moral courage. "The children will need ongoing support," Dr. Tompkins noted. "Their families are well-meaning but often lack the resources to address underlying issues that made the children vulnerable in the first place. We're arranging comprehensive family therapy, but it's a long-term process. What about funding?" Batman asked, already knowing the answer. "Limited, as always. Insurance covers basic medical care, but not the intensive psychological support these families need. Some will fall through the cracks, returning to the same dysfunctional patterns that attracted Marcus's attention initially." Batman made a mental note to discuss this with the Wayne Foundation's charitable giving committee. Money alone couldn't heal trauma, but it could provide the stability and professional support that made healing possible. "I've been thinking about that too," Wesker said quietly. "About what I could do to help. I can't undo what happened, but maybe I could work with other broken people, show them that there are alternatives to the puppet shows we create to avoid facing reality." Dr. Tompkins looked surprised but pleased. "That's actually an excellent idea. Peer counseling can be incredibly effective, especially when it comes from someone who truly understands the experience of dissociation and psychological fragmentation." "It would mean staying in Gotham," Wesker continued, "facing all the places where I hurt people. But running away didn't work. Maybe it's time to try staying and making amends." Batman watched as Wesker carved delicate feathers into one of his wooden birds, each detail rendered with patient precision. The same hands that had once wielded Scarface's Tommy gun were now creating something beautiful, something that spoke of flight rather than captivity. A soft knock at the door interrupted their conversation. A young nurse entered, pushing a wheelchair containing one of the rescued children, Tommy Chen, the 9-year-old whose parents' neglect had made him vulnerable to Marcus's manipulation. "Mr. Wesker," the boy said tentatively. "Dr. Tompkins said you were the one who saved us, that you stood up to the teacher when he wanted to keep us asleep forever." Wesker set down his carving tools, giving Tommy his full attention. "I had help," he said gently, "and I almost made the wrong choice. I was scared too, just like you. But you chose to help us anyway," Tommy persisted, "even though you were scared. That's what heroes do, right?" Batman watched this exchange with profound interest. Tommy's parents were in the hallway, looking ashamed and uncertain. They had been working multiple jobs to support their family, leaving Tommy alone for hours each day. The child's kidnapping had forced them to confront the emotional neglect that had made him susceptible to Marcus's false promises of care and attention. "I'm not a hero," Wesker replied honestly. "I'm just someone who learned that being scared doesn't have to mean making bad choices. Sometimes the bravest thing is admitting when you need help." Tommy nodded gravely, processing this with the serious consideration children give to important truths. "My parents are going to therapy now, all of us together. Dr. Tompkins says it will help us understand each other better." "That's wonderful," Wesker said, and Batman could hear genuine happiness in his voice. "Learning to understand each other, that's the most important lesson anyone can teach." After Tommy and his parents left, Wesker returned to his carving with renewed focus. But now he was working on something different. A family of wooden figures, parents and children joined together in a circle, their faces turned toward each other with expressions of attention and care. The opposite of what Marcus created. Dr. Tompkins observed. Instead of isolated perfection, you're carving connection and engagement. The teacher showed those children a world without pain, Wesker said thoughtfully. But pain is how we know we're alive, how we know something matters enough to hurt when we lose it. The trick is learning to feel the pain without being destroyed by it. Batman considered this wisdom, thinking of his own journey through grief and loss. The death of his parents had created a wound that would never fully heal, but he had learned to channel that pain into purpose rather than destruction. The difference between him and Gotham's villains often came down to that choice, whether to use suffering as fuel for growth or as justification for harm. I should go, Batman said, standing to leave. But Arnold, thank you. What you did at the theater, choosing to protect those children instead of enabling their captor, that took real courage. Wesker looked up from his carving, meeting Batman's eyes directly for perhaps the first time in all their encounters. Thank you for seeing me as more than just another villain, for believing that broken people can choose to heal instead of break others. As Batman prepared to leave the hospital, Dr. Tompkins walked with him toward the exit. He's going to be all right, you know, she said quietly. Not cured, that's not how trauma recovery works, but he's developing genuine coping mechanisms, real insights into his own behavior. That's the foundation for a meaningful life. And the children, most will recover fully, given time and proper support. A few may struggle with trust issues or anxiety, but they're young enough that their brains can rewire around the trauma. The key is ensuring they have stable, loving environments to return to, which means working with their families as much as with the children themselves. Batman nodded, thinking of his own childhood trauma and the different path his recovery had taken. Alfred's steady presence, the resources of Wayne Manor, the ability to channel his pain into a mission of protection. Not everyone had such advantages. The children Marcus had targeted came from families struggling with poverty, a mental illness, and other challenges that made recovery more difficult. The Wayne Foundation will want to help, he said. Whatever resources these families need for long-term treatment and support. Dr. Tompkins smiled. I was hoping you'd say that remember, money is just the beginning. What these children really need is the same thing Arnold needed. People who see their potential for healing rather than just their capacity for damage. As Batman left the hospital, he reflected on the strange journey that had brought him here. A case that began with grotesque puppet shows and distorted lullabies had evolved into something much more complex. A meditation on the nature of protection, the relationship between victim and victimizer, and the delicate process by which broken minds learn to heal. The streets of Gotham stretched out before him, filled with the usual mixture of crime and compassion, despair and hope. Somewhere in the city's shadows, other damaged souls were struggling with their own puppet shows, the psychological defenses and distorted narratives that trauma creates to protect fragile minds from unbearable reality. But tonight had shown him something important. Even the most fractured psyche could choose healing over harm, connection over control, authentic growth over artificial peace. Arnold Wesker's transformation from victim to victimizer to survivor offered hope for every broken soul Batman encountered in his nightly patrol. The gramophone had fallen silent, its distorted lullabies replaced by the genuine sounds of healing. Children's laughter in hospital corridors, the quiet conversations of families learning to communicate honestly, the steady breathing of those who could finally sleep peacefully without pharmaceutical intervention. In Gotham's eternal struggle between light and darkness, such moments of authentic human connection were rare and precious. They reminded Batman why he continued his mission, why he chose to see potential for redemption even in the city's most damaged residents. The puppet shows would continue. New traumas would create new defenses, new ways of avoiding painful reality. But so would the possibility of genuine healing, genuine choice, genuine hope. As dawn broke over the city, Batman disappeared into the shadows that had always been his home, carrying with him the memory of Arnold Wesker's quiet courage and the rescued children's tentative smiles. In a world full of artificial puppets and distorted lullabies, such authentic moments of human resilience were the most beautiful music of all. As dawn broke over the city, Batman disappeared into the shadows that had always been his home, carrying with him the memory of Arnold Wesker's quiet courage and the rescued children's tentative smiles. In a world full of artificial puppets and distorted lullabies, such authentic moments of human resilience were the most beautiful music of all. But Gotham's night was far from over, and its shadows held more than one lost soul seeking redemption. 3 weeks had passed since the rescue at the Moroni Theater, and the city had settled into its familiar rhythm of recovery and relapse. The rescued children were making progress in their therapy sessions, their families slowly learning to communicate across years of accumulated pain. Arnold Wesker continued his delicate work of carving wooden birds, each one a small testament to his growing understanding of flight over captivity. Yet beneath the surface of these small victories, something else stirred in Gotham's depths. Reports had been filtering up from the underground tunnels that connected the city's oldest infrastructure. Whispers of disturbances in the sewers beneath Blackgate Penitentiary. Strange sounds echoing through pipes and maintenance shafts that had been abandoned for decades. Batman stood on the cathedral steps where his recent case had begun, looking out over the river toward the imposing silhouette of Blackgate. The prison sat on its island like a medieval fortress, its walls reflecting the early morning light with cold indifference. But tonight's patrol would take him deeper than those walls, into the forgotten spaces where the city's foundation met the river's eternal flow. Oracle's voice came through his cowl, carrying the kind of tired concern that marked the end of a long investigation and the beginning of another. Bruce, I've been analyzing those seismic readings from beneath Blackgate. The disturbances aren't random. There's a pattern, almost like someone trying to communicate. Batman finished, his enhanced hearing already picking up the faint rhythmic sounds that carried across the water. Not the distorted lullabies of the teacher's gramophone, but something else entirely. A deeper percussion that spoke of massive hands against stone, of a voice too damaged for words but desperate to be heard. The morning mist began to rise from the river, carrying with it the scent of old water and older secrets. Somewhere in the darkness below Blackgate, another of Gotham's lost children was calling out in the only language left to him, the patient, persistent tapping of someone who had learned that silence was survival, but who had not yet forgotten hope. Batman's cape caught the wind as he prepared to answer that call, to descend once again into the spaces where the city kept its deepest shames and most profound possibilities for redemption. The lullabies had ended, but the silence below held its own songs. Older, sadder, but no less worthy of attention. The transition from one case to another was never clean in Gotham. Each investigation flowed into the next like water finding its way through underground channels, carrying the weight of accumulated sorrow and the persistent possibility of dawn. As Batman moved toward the river and the secrets it concealed, he carried with him the lessons learned from broken puppets and rescued children, that healing was possible, that redemption could be chosen, and that sometimes the most important conversations happened in languages that had nothing to do with words. The silence below was calling, and Batman would listen. The autumn rain drummed against Blackgate Penitentiary's reinforced windows with a rhythm that seemed almost deliberate, as if the storm itself was trying to communicate something important. Batman stood on the prison's outer wall, his cape heavy with moisture, watching the way lightning illuminated the fortress-like structure that housed Gotham's most dangerous criminals. Even in the worst weather, Blackgate maintained its imposing presence, a monument to society's determination to contain what it feared most. But tonight, something felt different. The usual background hum of institutional life seemed muted, replaced by an odd quality of silence that made even the storm's fury seem distant. Through his cowl's enhanced audio filters, Batman could detect the subtle wrongness in the building's acoustic signature, like a musical instrument with one string badly out of tune. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice came through the communication system, steady and reassuring as always. "Warden Kellerman is waiting for you in the administrative wing. He mentioned the disappearances have escalated." Batman nodded, though Alfred couldn't see the gesture. The disappearances at Blackgate had been troubling him for weeks. Not escapes, which were unfortunately common enough, but true vanishings. Prisoners who were accounted for during evening lockdown, but gone by morning count, with no trace of how they'd left their cells or where they'd gone. The security footage showed nothing, the guards remembered nothing unusual, and the other inmates claimed to have heard nothing in the night. Moving silently through the rain, Batman made his way to the main entrance. The guards who admitted him were professional but clearly shaken, their eyes carrying the particular strain that came from working in a place where the rules of reality seemed to be breaking down. They escorted him through corridors that felt longer than they should, past cells whose occupants watched with unusual quiet. Warden Kellerman was a man who had aged visibly in the past month, his hair grayer than Batman remembered, his hands carrying a slight tremor that spoke of too much caffeine and too little sleep. He greeted Batman with relief that was almost palpable. "Thank you for coming," Kellerman said, his voice hoarse with exhaustion. "I know you deal with strange things in this city, but this is beyond anything I've encountered in 30 years of corrections work." They walked through the prison's central hub, a panopticon design that allowed observation of multiple cell blocks from a single point. Batman noted how the usual prison sounds, conversations, the scrape of metal, the shuffle of feet, seemed muffled, as if the building itself was holding its breath. 7 inmates in the past 2 weeks, Kellerman continued. Immigrants from different blocks, different security levels. No pattern we can identify. They're just gone. The cells are locked from the outside, no signs of forced entry, no disturbed mortar or bent bars. It's like they dissolved into thin air. Batman examined the security station's monitors, noting the blind spots in camera angles. "What about the guards on duty during these disappearances?" "That's part of what's so disturbing," the warden replied. "They all report the same thing, a sense of profound quiet, just before the inmates vanish. Not silence exactly, but a quality of sound that makes them feel drowsy. Several guards have fallen asleep at their posts, which is completely unprecedented." Alfred's voice whispered in Batman's ear. "Most intriguing, Master Bruce. The reports suggest some form of subsonic manipulation, frequencies below the threshold of conscious hearing that could induce altered states of consciousness." Batman filed this information away as Kellerman led him to the most recent disappearance site, Cell Block D, maximum security, where the prison housed its most dangerous inmates. The empty cell looked exactly as the warden had described, locked, undisturbed, as if its occupant had simply ceased to exist. "There is one thing," Kellerman said hesitantly. "Com inmate who might have information. Waylon Jones was moved to a cell near the most recent disappearance. He's been agitated since the vanishing started. More than usual, I mean. Killer Croc." Batman felt a familiar tension settle in his shoulders. His relationship with the transformed criminal was complex, part adversary, part tragic figure, part reminder of what could happen when society abandoned those who were different. But Croc's senses were far more acute than any human's, and if something unnatural was happening in Blackgate, he would be among the first to detect it. "I'll need to speak with him," Batman said. "Alone," Kellerman nodded, though his expression remained troubled. "He's in the special containment wing, the reinforced cells designed for unusual physiology. But I should warn you, he's been making sounds. Not words exactly, something between growling and singing. The other inmates find it deeply unsettling. They descended through the prison's levels, past increasingly heavy security doors, and into the special containment area. Here the architecture was different. Thicker walls, specialized ventilation, cells designed to hold beings who possessed more than human strength. The air itself felt heavier, charged with tension and the weight of contained power. Croc's cell was at the end of the corridor, its reinforced door marked with biohazard warnings and special handling protocols. Through the observation window, Batman could see the massive form of Waylon Jones, though something about his posture seemed different from their previous encounters. He sat in the corner of his cell, not with the aggressive tension Batman expected, but with an almost protective alertness, as if he were guarding against something unseen. "Alfred," Batman sub-vocalized, "I'm going to need continuous monitoring during this interview. If Croc's behavior becomes erratic..." "Of course, Master Bruce. I have override access to the containment protocols. But may I suggest approaching this conversation with particular care? Mr. Jones has always been more perceptive than most give him credit for." The guard unlocked the outer door, leading Batman into the security vestibule that separated Croc's cell from the corridor. Here, behind another layer of reinforced barriers, Batman could speak with the transformed man while maintaining necessary precautions. "Jones," Batman said quietly, "you've been agitated. What are you sensing?" For a long moment, Croc didn't respond. Then he raised his massive head, and Batman saw something unexpected in his reptilian eyes. Not rage or hunger, but fear. Deep, primal fear of the kind that transcended rational thought. "Below," Croc said, his voice a gravelly whisper that somehow carried perfectly through the containment barriers. "Something below. Old. Hungry. Been sleeping, but not anymore." "What kind of something?" Batman asked, keeping his voice calm and non-threatening. Croc moved closer to the barrier, his powerful form surprisingly graceful. "Smells like the deep places, like the tunnels under the city that go down further than they should, but also familiar. Like me, but not me. Like what I am, but older." Alfred's voice carried concern. "Master Bruce, the prison was built on the site of the original Blackgate Island fortress. The historical records mention extensive tunnel systems used for smuggling and military purposes during the colonial period." Batman processed this information while maintaining his focus on Croc. "These tunnels, do they connect to the current prison infrastructure?" "Everything connects," Croc replied, his voice taking on an odd, almost hypnotic quality. "The water finds its way, the old paths remember. They built this place on top, but they didn't understand what was underneath." The lights in the containment area flickered momentarily, and Batman felt a subtle shift in air pressure that suggested movement in spaces beyond the walls. Croc's head snapped toward the floor, his enhanced senses tracking something Batman couldn't detect. "It's calling them," Croc said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "The ones who vanished. It wants them for something, but it's not ready yet. Still building, still changing them. How?" Batman pressed. Before Croc could answer, a sound echoed through the prison. Not loud, but pervasive, felt as much as heard. It was a low, thrumming vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, resonating through the building's structure like the heartbeat of some vast, sleeping creature. Croc recoiled from the sound, pressing himself against the back wall of his cell. "That's new," he growled. "Getting stronger, getting ready." The sound faded, leaving behind a quality of silence that felt more profound than mere absence of noise. Batman noticed that even the usual background hum of the prison's ventilation system seemed muted, as if the building itself was holding its breath. "Alfred," Batman said quietly, "are you detecting any unusual seismic activity? Structural vibrations?" "Indeed, Master Bruce. The sensors are picking up microtremors consistent with large-scale movement in underground spaces. The pattern suggests something is redistributing significant mass in the subsurface areas beneath the prison." Batman turned back to Croc, who was now watching him with intense focus. "You said it smells familiar. Like you, but older. What did you mean?" Croc's expression became thoughtful, as much as his transformed features allowed. "When they changed me," he said slowly, "they used old things, ancient things. DNA from creatures that died out long ago. But what if they didn't all die out? What if some just went underground? Waited?" The implication sent a chill through Batman that had nothing to do with the prison's climate control. "You think something similar to your transformation occurred naturally? Underground?" "Not naturally," Croc corrected. "Made, like me, but a long time ago. Someone else playing with things they shouldn't play with." He paused, his head tilting as if listening to sounds beyond human hearing. "And now it's awake, and it's lonely, and it wants to make more like itself." Alfred's voice carried alarm. "Master Bruce, I'm detecting multiple heat signatures moving through what appear to be previously unknown spaces beneath the prison. They're heading toward the lower levels of the structure." Batman felt the familiar surge of adrenaline that came with understanding the scope of a threat. "Jones, these tunnels you mentioned, are they accessible from inside the prison?" Croc nodded grimly. "Maintenance access in the sub-basement. They sealed most of the old entrances when they built this place, but water always finds a way. And where water goes," another vibration shook the building, stronger this time, and with it came a sound that made Batman's enhanced hearing crackle with interference. A subsonic pulse that seemed designed to disrupt both electronic equipment and human consciousness. The missing inmates, Batman realized. They're not dead. They're being collected. "For what?" Croc asked, though his tone suggested he already suspected the answer. "To create more of whatever's down there," Batman replied. "A colony, a new species." He turned toward the exit, his mind already planning the descent he would need to make. "Alfred, I need complete structural maps of the prison and the surrounding area. Historical records of any underground construction, natural cave systems, anything that might connect to what we're dealing with." "Already compiling, Master Bruce, but I must stress, if you're planning to investigate these tunnels personally, you'll be entering an environment where conventional communication may be impossible. The subsonic interference is already affecting our connection." Batman paused at the security door, looking back at Croc one final time. "If something happens to me down there, if I don't come back..." "You'll come back," Croc interrupted. "You always do." But Batman, when you find it, when you see what it really is, remember that it used to be human, like me, like all of us, before we became something else. The journey to Blackgate's sub-basement took Batman through increasingly abandoned areas of the prison, past storage rooms and maintenance areas that felt forgotten by the modern world. The deeper he went, the more apparent it became that the prison's current structure was built on foundations much older than its official construction date suggested. Alfred's voice crackled with increasing interference. Master Bruce, the historical records indicate this site was used for unusual purposes during the early colonial period. References to experiments in natural philosophy and investigations into the transformation of base matter. The language is deliberately vague, but it suggests some form of early scientific research. Alchemical experiments, Batman translated. Probably attempts at creating artificial life or extending human longevity, the kind of work that would have been considered heretical by the religious authorities of the time. The sub-basement was a maze of pipes, electrical conduits and structural supports that seemed to exist in a state of organized chaos, but as Batman examined the walls more closely, he began to see evidence of much older construction, stonework that predated the prison by centuries, archways that had been partially bricked over but never completely sealed. Following his enhanced sensor readings, Batman located what appeared to be a maintenance access point that had been recently disturbed. The heavy metal grate had been moved aside, not forced but carefully displaced, revealing a passage that descended into darkness beyond the reach of his flashlight. "Alfred, I'm entering the tunnel system," Batman reported. "Maintain contact as long as possible, but be prepared for communication blackout." "Understood, Master Bruce. Remember, in the absence of external guidance, trust your instincts. They've never failed you in the truly dangerous situations." Batman descended into the tunnel, immediately noting the change in atmosphere. The air was warmer and more humid than the prison above, carrying scents that spoke of deep earth and ancient water. The walls were a mixture of natural stone and human construction, suggesting the tunnels had been expanded and modified over centuries of use. As he moved deeper, Batman's enhanced hearing began to detect the sound of moving water, not the normal flow of pipes or storm drains, but something more organic, like the circulation system of a vast underground organism. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with subtle vibrations, as if the tunnel system was alive. The passage branched repeatedly, creating a network that extended far beyond what the prison blueprints had indicated. Batman marked his path carefully, knowing that in the absence of reliable communication with Alfred, getting lost down here could be fatal. But each branch he explored revealed the same thing, evidence of recent passage by multiple individuals, all heading deeper into the system. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, Batman encountered his first direct evidence of the missing inmates. A torn piece of prison uniform hung from a rough stone projection, but what disturbed him more was the way it had been torn, not by struggle or violence, but as if the fabric had been carefully removed and discarded. The tunnel opened into a larger chamber, and here Batman got his first glimpse of the true scope of what he was dealing with. The space was vast, clearly natural in origin but modified by human hands over what must have been centuries. Ancient stone altars stood alongside more modern equipment, computers, medical devices, laboratory instruments that seemed incongruous in the underground setting. But it was the walls that made Batman's blood run cold. They were covered in symbols and diagrams, some carved into the stone itself, others painted or chalked more recently. The images depicted human figures in various stages of transformation, their bodies changing into something reptilian, something amphibious, something that belonged more to prehistoric oceans than to the modern world. The missing inmates aren't prisoners, Batman realized aloud, his voice echoing strangely in the chamber. They're volunteers, or victims, being transformed into something else. A sound made him turn, footsteps approaching from one of the tunnel entrances. Batman moved into the shadows, activating his cowl's enhanced vision modes, and saw a figure emerge into the chamber. It was human in general shape, but wrong in specific details. Skin that had a scaled texture, eyes that reflected light like an animal's, movements that were too fluid for normal human physiology. The figure was followed by others, a group of perhaps a dozen individuals in various stages of the same transformation. They moved with purpose, arranging equipment and preparing what appeared to be some kind of ceremony or ritual. Batman watched as they brought out containers filled with a viscous, greenish liquid that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. One of the transformed figures spoke, its voice carrying the same sonic quality that had affected the prison guards. The preparation is nearly complete. The master grows stronger with each addition to our number. And the one who warns against us? Another asked, the scaled one in the surface prison. He cannot interfere from his cage, the first replied. And soon he will understand that resistance is futile. He will join us willingly, or his resistance will be overcome. Batman felt a chill of recognition. They were talking about Croc, planning to transform him further, to complete whatever process had begun with his original mutation. But they were also preparing for something larger. The Master, they referenced, suggested a controlling intelligence behind the transformations. Moving carefully through the shadows, Batman worked his way around the chamber's perimeter, documenting what he saw and looking for any sign of the missing inmates. He found them in a series of smaller chambers connected to the main space. 7 individuals in various stages of transformation, alive but changed, their human features gradually giving way to something more aquatic. But what disturbed Batman most was that they seemed content with their transformation. There was no sign of struggle, no indication that they were being held against their will. If anything, they appeared to be embracing their change, helping to prepare for whatever final stage of the process was planned. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice came through with heavy static, barely audible through the interference. Can you hear me? The seismic readings are intensifying. Something is... Master Bruce, you need to... The communication cut out entirely, leaving Batman alone in the underground darkness, with only the sound of his own breathing and the subtle movements of the transformed beings around him. He was on his own now, exactly as Alfred had warned, forced to rely on his instincts and training to navigate a situation unlike anything he had encountered before. The transformed figures were moving with increased urgency, their preparations reaching some kind of climax. Batman realized that whatever they were planning, it was about to happen. He needed to act, but the question was how to stop a process he didn't fully understand without endangering the victims who might still be saved. A new sound echoed through the chamber. Footsteps that were heavier, more deliberate than those of the transformed inmates. Batman turned toward the sound and saw a figure emerging from the deepest tunnel. Someone who was clearly in charge of the operation. It was a man, or had been once. His transformation was more complete than the others, his skin completely scaled, his eyes adapted for underwater vision, gills visible along his neck. But what was most disturbing was that he wore the remnants of a city engineer's uniform, and Batman recognized him from missing person reports that were years old. Dr. Marcus Webb, Batman said quietly, remembering the name from the files. A brilliant hydraulic engineer, who had disappeared while working on Gotham's water management systems 5 years ago. Webb turned at the sound, his enhanced senses easily detecting Batman's presence despite the shadows. "Ah," he said, his voice carrying the same sonic undertones as the others. "The Dark Knight himself. I wondered when you would find us." "It's over, Webb," Batman said, stepping into the light cast by the chamber's strange equipment. "Whatever you're doing to these people, it ends now." Webb laughed, a sound like water flowing over rocks. "You don't understand, do you? This isn't kidnapping or murder. This is evolution. This is humanity's next step, guided by wisdom older than civilization itself." "Whose wisdom?" Batman demanded. "Who's really behind this?" "The Master has been sleeping beneath Gotham for centuries," Webb replied, "waiting for the city to grow large enough, complex enough, to support the transformation. I was the first to hear its call, the first to understand what it offered, but I won't be the last." Webb gestured to the transformed inmates, who had stopped their preparations to watch the confrontation. "Each of them came to us willingly once they understood what we could offer. Freedom from the limitations of human flesh, adaptation to an environment where humanity cannot survive, a future beyond the surface world's inevitable collapse." Batman studied the chamber, noting the complex filtration and circulation systems that kept the underground environment habitable. "You're preparing for something specific. The transformations are just the beginning." "The rising," Webb confirmed. "When the Master fully awakens, it will change Gotham's very foundations. The city will sink and the ocean will reclaim what was always rightfully its domain. But we will survive. We will thrive. We will become the dominant species of the new world." The equipment in the chamber began to hum with increasing intensity, and Batman realized that their conversation had been a distraction. While they talked, the transformed beings had completed their preparations. Whatever process they had planned was about to begin. "Alfred?" Batman tried his communication system one more time, but got only static in response. He was truly alone now, facing a threat that could potentially affect not just the missing inmates, but all of Gotham. Webb raised his hands, and the transformed beings began to emit a coordinated subsonic pulse that resonated through the chamber and into the tunnel system beyond. Batman felt the sound in his bones, a vibration that seemed designed to awaken something vast and ancient that slumbered in the depths below. The chamber floor began to tremble, and from somewhere far below came an answering sound, a deep, rhythmic pulse that suggested something immense stirring to wakefulness. Batman realized that the Master Webb referred to wasn't another transformed human, but something much older and more alien, a creature that had been sleeping beneath Gotham for possibly hundreds of years. "You can stop this," Webb said, his voice now carrying an hypnotic quality that made Batman struggle to maintain focus. "Join us willingly, and your transformation will be gentle. You'll retain more of your human consciousness than most. Think of what you could accomplish with enhanced abilities, freed from the limitations of terrestrial biology." Batman felt the pull of Webb's words, enhanced by the subsonic manipulation that filled the chamber. Part of him recognized the logical appeal of the offer. Enhanced abilities, freedom from human limitations, a chance to protect Gotham from threats that normal humans couldn't even perceive. But another part of him, the part that Alfred had spent years nurturing and strengthening, rejected the seductive logic of the transformation. Batman's strength had never come from superhuman abilities, but from his refusal to accept limitations, his determination to find solutions that preserved human dignity and choice. "No," Batman said simply, and the words seemed to cut through the subsonic manipulation like a blade through silk. Humanity's strength isn't in changing what we are, it's in changing what we do. Webb's expression shifted from confident persuasion to angry frustration. Then you'll face the Master's awakening as an enemy, and when the city floods, you'll drown with the rest of the surface dwellers. The pulse from below intensified, and Batman felt the chamber's floor begin to crack under the pressure of something massive moving in the depths. Whatever was down there was responding to the transformed being's call, and when it fully awakened, the consequences would extend far beyond this underground chamber. Batman activated every piece of equipment in his utility belt that could generate sound, creating a cacophony of different frequencies designed to disrupt the coordinated pulse. The effect was immediate. The transformed beings staggered, their synchronization broken, and the answering pulse from below wavered and began to fade. "You're destroying everything!" Webb screamed, his composure finally cracking completely. "Without the Master's guidance, the transformation process will be uncontrolled. The subjects will die." "Then help me save them," Batman replied, continuing to disrupt the subsonic manipulation while moving toward the chambers containing the missing inmates. "Help me find a way to reverse what's been done to them." For a moment, Webb seemed to consider the offer. The man he had been before the transformation flickered in his transformed features, a reminder of the brilliant engineer who had once dedicated his life to protecting Gotham's infrastructure. But the moment passed, and the transformed figure that Webb had become reasserted control. "There is no reversal," he said, "only completion. If you won't join us willingly, then you'll serve as a warning to others who might interfere." The other transformed beings moved to surround Batman, their movements coordinated despite the disruption of their subsonic communication. Batman realized that their transformation hadn't just changed their bodies, it had connected their minds in ways that didn't depend on sound or other external signals. The battle that followed was unlike anything Batman had previously experienced. His opponents moved with inhuman speed and coordination, their transformed bodies capable of attacks that normal humans couldn't perform. But they also retained human intelligence and the ability to use the chamber's equipment as weapons. Batman found himself fighting not just for his own survival, but to prevent the transformed beings from re-establishing their subsonic pulse. Every time he gained the upper hand against one group, another would move to restore the equipment he had damaged, trying to reawaken whatever slumbered in the depths below. The fight ranged throughout the chamber complex, through tunnels that seemed to twist and change in response to the battle. Batman began to suspect that the entire underground system was more than just a network of caves and passages. It was part of a larger organism, something that could reshape itself in response to threats. In the midst of the battle, Batman heard a sound that cut through the chaos like a lifeline. Alfred's voice, crackling with static but unmistakably present. "Master Bruce, can you hear me? The interference is clearing. I'm tracking your position." "Alfred," Batman replied, using a moment when his opponents were regrouping to activate his communication system. "The entire underground system is connected to something alive. Something that's been sleeping beneath Gotham for centuries. They're trying to wake it up." "I understand, Master Bruce. I've been analyzing the seismic data and I believe I know what you're dealing with. The historical records mention experiments conducted in the colonial period, attempts to create artificial life using techniques derived from ancient texts. But the experiments were supposedly abandoned when the subjects became uncontrollable." Batman ducked as one of the transformed beings launched itself at him with inhuman speed. "Not abandoned," he corrected. "Hid, moved underground. The thing down there isn't artificial. It's what the original experiments created, and it's been growing, evolving, for centuries." Then the missing inmates aren't just victims, Alfred realized. They're components, parts of a larger organism that's preparing to emerge. The implications hit Batman like a physical blow. If Alfred was right, then the transformed beings weren't individuals at all. They were extensions of something much larger. Cells in a vast organism that had been hiding beneath Gotham, slowly growing and preparing for its emergence. Alfred, I need you to contact Warden Kellerman, Batman said, fighting off two attackers while speaking. Tell him to evacuate the prison. If this thing fully awakens, Blackgate will be the first casualty. Already in progress, Master Bruce. But what about you? How do you stop something that size? Batman didn't have an immediate answer. Traditional methods, combat, sabotage, even explosives, seemed inadequate against an opponent that could potentially reshape the underground foundations of an entire district. But as he fought, he began to notice something about his opponent's behavior. The transformed beings were becoming increasingly erratic, their coordinated attacks giving way to seemingly random movements. Webb himself appeared to be struggling with some kind of internal conflict, his commands to the others sometimes contradicting each other. They're losing coherence, Batman realized. Whatever's controlling them is weakening. Alfred's voice carried excitement. Master Bruce, the seismic readings are changing. The large-scale movement has stopped, and the micro-tremors are becoming more chaotic. I think you're right. The organism is losing control of its component parts. Batman pressed his advantage using his sonic disruptors to create an even more chaotic interference pattern. The effect on the transformed beings was dramatic. They began to move independently, some still attacking Batman, others seeming confused and disoriented, a few actually retreating from the conflict. Webb himself was clearly struggling, his transformed features flickering between inhuman aggression and very human confusion. What's happening? He demanded, his voice losing its subsonic undertones. I can't. The connection is... Where is the Master's voice? Maybe the Master was never as powerful as you thought, Batman suggested, continuing to disrupt the subsonic frequencies that seemed to maintain the organism's control over its transformed components. Maybe it needed your cooperation more than you realized. The pulse from below had stopped entirely, replaced by sounds that suggested not awakening but retreat. Whatever massive presence had been stirring in the depths was withdrawing, sinking back into dormancy. The chamber's equipment began to shut down, its purpose apparently completed or abandoned. Webb stared at the darkening instruments with growing horror. No, he whispered, without the Master's guidance, the transformation process will reverse itself. We'll become human again. We'll lose everything we've gained. Maybe that's not such a bad thing, Batman replied. Maybe being human is enough. One by one, the transformed beings stopped fighting. Some collapsed from exhaustion. Others simply stood in place as if waiting for instructions that would never come. In the chambers containing the missing inmates, Batman could see signs that the transformation process was indeed reversing. Scales fading, gills sealing, human features reasserting themselves. Alfred, Batman reported, the immediate threat seems to be contained, but I'm going to need medical teams down here. These people will need help recovering from whatever's been done to them. Medical teams are standing by, Master Bruce. But are you certain the threat is over? Something that's been sleeping for centuries might not give up so easily. As if in response to Alfred's concern, a final pulse echoed through the chamber. Not the awakening call of something vast and alien, but a sound more like a sigh. The exhalation of something that had tried and failed to emerge from its ancient slumber. Then silence fell, deeper and more complete than any Batman had experienced in the underground system. Webb had collapsed, his transformation visibly reversing as Batman watched. His scales were fading, his gills sealing, his eyes returning to more human proportions. But the change seemed to be causing him physical pain, and Batman realized that whatever had been done to these people, returning them to human form wouldn't be simple or easy. "Help me," Webb whispered, his voice now fully human. I remember what I was before, what I chose to become. God help me, I chose this." Batman knelt beside the former engineer, checking his vital signs and finding them stable despite the dramatic physical changes. "You were isolated down here for years," he said gently, "cut off from human contact, influenced by something alien. The choices you made weren't entirely your own, but they were mine," Webb insisted. "I could have resisted. I could have found a way to surface, to get help. Instead, I convinced myself that transformation was evolution, that becoming something inhuman was an improvement." Over the following hours, Batman coordinated the rescue operation that brought the missing inmates back to the surface. Each of them was in a different stage of recovery, their transformations reversing at different rates and with varying degrees of difficulty. The medical teams that Alfred had arranged worked tirelessly to help them through the process, though it would clearly take time for them to fully return to human form. Webb proved to be an invaluable source of information about what had happened underground. His engineering expertise, combined with his first-hand experience of the transformation process, helped the medical teams understand how to accelerate the reversal and minimize the long-term effect. "The thing in the depths," Webb explained during one of his interviews with Batman, "it wasn't malevolent exactly, just alien. It had been sleeping so long that it had almost forgotten what it was. When I first found it, it was barely conscious, but human contact, human thoughts began to wake it up. And it used you to create more human connections," Batman concluded. "The transformed beings were like neurons in a larger brain, helping it think and plan." Webb nodded weakly, but the connection was fragile. It depended on our willing participation. When you disrupted the subsonic frequencies, you broke the mental links that held the network together. Without that coherence, the organism couldn't maintain its awakening. It fell back into dormancy. "Will it try again?" Batman asked. "Maybe," Webb admitted, "but not for a long time, and not in the same way. It learned from this attempt. Next time it might try a different approach, something less dependent on willing human cooperation." Batman filed this information away, knowing that Gotham's defenders would need to remain vigilant for signs of the creature's renewed activity. But for now, the immediate threat was contained, and the missing inmates were being helped to return to their human lives. The most difficult part of the recovery process was dealing with the psychological effects of the transformation. Many of the former inmates reported feeling a sense of loss as their enhanced abilities faded, a longing for the simplified existence they had experienced as part of the larger organism. Some required extensive counseling to help them readjust to individual human consciousness. Croc proved to be unexpectedly helpful in this regard. His own experience with unwanted transformation gave him unique insight into what the recovering inmates were experiencing. Under carefully controlled conditions, he was allowed to speak with them, sharing his own strategies for maintaining human consciousness despite physical changes. "The hardest part," Croc told Batman during one of their conversations, "isn't the physical stuff. It's remembering why being human matters when being something else seems easier." "And why does it matter?" Batman asked. Croc's reptilian features managed something that might have been a smile. "Because humans get to choose who they are. Even when they make bad choices, they get to try again. Whatever that thing was down there, It didn't understand choice. It only understood consumption and growth. In the weeks that followed, Blackgate gradually returned to its normal routines. The tunnels beneath the prison were sealed with more than just concrete. Alfred's research had uncovered historical methods for containing the kind of threat they had faced, techniques that involved not just physical barriers, but psychological ones as well. The missing inmates were eventually released back into the general population. The two were unfortunate enough to escape. Webb was given a special work assignment helping to redesign the prison's security systems, his expertise in underground engineering proving valuable for preventing future incidents. Batman made regular visits to check on the recovery progress, but he also spent time studying the historical records Alfred had uncovered. The pattern was clear. Every few generations, something would stir in the depths beneath Gotham, reaching out to make contact with the human world above. Sometimes it was successful, sometimes not, but it always tried again. "Master Bruce," Alfred said during one of their evening discussions, "I've been thinking about what Mr. Jones said, about the importance of choice in maintaining humanity. Do you think that's what made the difference? The fact that ultimately, the transformed individuals had to choose to participate in the organism's awakening?" Batman considered the question while reviewing security footage from the sealed tunnels. "Partly," he agreed, "but I think it was more than that. The creature needed to understand human consciousness to control it effectively. But human consciousness is contradictory, unpredictable. It includes the ability to resist, to change course, to choose something different even when it seems impossible. And that's something an ancient alien organism might have difficulty comprehending," Alfred observed. "Exactly. It could mimic human thought patterns, but it couldn't truly understand what makes us human, the willingness to struggle against impossible odds, to maintain hope in the face of despair, to choose principles over practical advantages." Alfred's voice carried a note of pride. "Qualities you demonstrated rather effectively during your time in those tunnels, if I may say so." Batman smiled, though Alfred couldn't see the expression. "I had help. Your voice, guiding me through the darkness. That connection to the surface world, to human concerns and human values. That's what kept me grounded when the creature was trying to seduce me with promises of enhanced abilities." "The importance of staying connected to one's support network," Alfred agreed. "Something I'll have to remember for future situations." As the months passed, the incidents at Blackgate became part of Gotham's unofficial history. Another strange chapter in the city's ongoing struggle with forces that defied easy explanation. The official reports were carefully sanitized, but those who needed to know understood that Gotham sat atop mysteries that occasionally stirred to wakefulness. Batman continued his nightly patrols, but he paid special attention to the areas around Blackgate and the sealed tunnel entrances. His cowl's sensors were calibrated to detect the specific subsonic frequencies that had preceded the creature's awakening, and Oracle maintained continuous seismic monitoring of the underground areas. But there were no further incidents. Whatever slumbered in the depths beneath Gotham seemed to have accepted, at least temporarily, that the surface world was not ready for its emergence. The city continued its normal rhythms, its citizens unaware of how close they had come to a transformation that would have changed the nature of human civilization itself. On quiet nights, when the city was peaceful and his patrol routes took him past Blackgate, Batman would sometimes pause to listen to the subtle sounds that rose from the depths. The creature was still there, still sleeping, still growing, but it was learning patience, and perhaps a kind of respect for the stubborn complexity of human nature. And in the prison above, Croc would sometimes pause in his own nightly contemplations, his enhanced senses detecting the same subtle sounds. He understood, better than most, the delicate balance between transformation and preservation, between evolution and choice. His own struggles with his altered nature had taught him that the most important battles were often fought not against external enemies, but against the temptation to abandon what made existence meaningful. The silence below Blackgate remained, but it was no longer empty. It was filled with the quiet watchfulness of guardians both above and below ground, human and transformed, all united in their determination to protect something precious. The right to choose one's own path, even when that path led through darkness and uncertainty toward an unknowable future. In the end, Batman reflected, that might be the most human quality of all, the refusal to surrender choice, even in the face of forces that seemed to offer easier alternatives. The silence below was not the absence of sound, but the presence of patience, the city learning to wait, to watch, and to trust that when the time came to act, it would find the strength to choose wisely. The silence below Blackgate had settled into something resembling peace, but Gotham's nights held many different kinds of quiet. As Batman completed his final security sweep of the sealed tunnels, Oracle's voice crackled through his cowl with a new concern that would draw him across the city to face a very different kind of darkness. "Batman," she said, her tone carrying the particular tension that came with reports of Harvey Dent's activities. "We've got a situation developing in the old amusement mile, multiple witnesses reporting strange lights and sounds coming from the abandoned funhouse complex. And Harvey's been spotted in the area." Batman felt the familiar weight of dealing with Harvey Dent, not just the criminal Two-Face, but the tragic figure of a man caught between opposing sides of his own nature, where the creature beneath Blackgate had been alien and incomprehensible. Harvey's struggles were all too human, all too familiar. "What kind of lights?" Batman asked, already changing course toward the amusement mile district. "Reflective patterns, like mirrors catching light sources that shouldn't be there," Oracle replied. "The witnesses describe it as disorienting, almost hypnotic. And Batman, the funhouse has been closed for years. There shouldn't be any power to those buildings." As Batman swung through Gotham's night sky, leaving behind the contained mysteries of Blackgate, he found himself moving toward a different kind of labyrinth. One built not of ancient stone and forgotten waterways, but of mirrors and illusions, where the greatest enemy might be one's own reflection staring back from the glass. The transition from the depths below to the maze ahead felt like moving from one kind of psychological landscape to another, both equally treacherous, both demanding that he confront fundamental questions about identity, choice, and the thin line between order and chaos that defined not just Harvey Dent's existence, but perhaps his own as well. Rain streaked down the windows of Wayne Manor as Bruce Wayne stood before the ornate mirror in his study, adjusting his tie with mechanical precision. The reflection staring back seemed foreign tonight, not the billionaire philanthropist the world expected to see, but something caught between masks. Lightning illuminated the glass for an instant, and in that brief flash, he could have sworn he saw the cow's silhouette overlaying his features. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice carried the gentle concern that had anchored Bruce's world for decades. "The Gotham Museum's opening reception begins in an hour, though I suspect your mind is elsewhere." Bruce turned from the mirror, grateful for the interruption. "The Hall of Mirrors exhibit opens tonight. Dr. Meridian's Reflections of the Soul installation." He moved to his desk, where newspaper clippings detailed the controversial new attraction. 3 visitors hospitalized this week after experiencing what witnesses described as complete personality fractures. Alfred approached, studying the articles with practiced attention. And you believe there's more to these incidents than psychological suggestion? Commissioner Gordon thinks so. Bruce picked up a photograph from the crime scene files. A woman standing motionless in a corridor of mirrors, her eyes vacant, as if she were looking at something no one else could see. Each victim exhibited the same symptoms: sudden onset dissociation, followed by what Dr. Arkham describes as adaptive personality compartmentalization. Curious phrasing, Alfred noted, almost as if the mind were protecting itself by dividing. The Manor's grandfather clock chimed 7 times, its deep resonance echoing through rooms that had witnessed generations of Wayne family secrets. Bruce moved to the hidden entrance, his reflection multiplying in the clock's polished glass face as the passage opened. "There's something else," he said, pausing at the threshold. "Harvey Dent escaped from Arkham 3 days ago. The same day these incidents began." Alfred's expression grew more grave. Two-Face has always been drawn to symbols of duality. A hall of mirrors would be irresistible. Bruce descended into the cave, Alfred following. But this feels different, more calculated, like he's not just drawn to the mirrors, he's using them. The Batcave's computer systems hummed with quiet efficiency as Bruce reviewed the case files. Oracle's research filled multiple screens, cross-referencing the museum's recent acquisitions with Dr. Meridian's background, Harvey's escape route, and the victim's psychological profiles. Dr. Eleanor Meridian, Oracle's voice carried through the cave's speakers. Former Arkham psychiatrist specializing in dissociative identity disorders. Her research was controversial. How controversial? Bruce asked, pulling up Meridian's published papers. She believed that multiple personalities could be artificially induced and then selectively suppressed through environmental conditioning. Mirror therapy, she called it. The idea was that by confronting patients with distorted reflections of themselves, she could isolate and treat specific personality traits. Alfred studied the psychological profiles with growing unease. Isolate and treat, or isolate and control. Her methodology was questioned by the medical board, Oracle continued. Several patients reported lasting psychological damage. She lost her license 2 years ago and disappeared from academic circles. Until now. Bruce examined photographs of the Hall of Mirrors installation. The exhibit was a maze of reflective surfaces, not just traditional mirrors, but curved glass, polished metal, and what appeared to be some kind of specialized projection system that could alter the appearance of reflections in real time. She's recreating her experiments, he realized, but on a larger scale, using the museum as a laboratory. And Harvey, Alfred inquired, is either her latest test subject. Bruce paused, studying security footage from Arkham that showed Harvey's escape route, or her partner. Thunder rolled across Gotham as Bruce prepared to leave for the museum. The city's reflection shimmered in the cave's underground pool, distorted by ripples that made the lights above seem to dance and fragment. Even here, in his sanctuary, mirrors and reflections seemed to multiply, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty that matched his growing unease about the case. "Master Bruce," Alfred said quietly as Bruce donned the cowl. "In all your years of wearing different faces, Bruce Wayne, Batman, the various personas you've cultivated, have you ever wondered which one is real?" The question hung in the air like incense, heavy with implications. Bruce looked at his reflection in the Batmobile's polished surface, seeing the cowl's angular features overlaid with memories of his parents, his childhood, the moment that had fractured his life into before and after. "They're all real," he said finally, "and none of them are. The man who matters is the one who chooses which face to wear and why." Alfred nodded with satisfaction. "Remember that, sir. In a hall of mirrors, choice may be your only compass." The Gotham Museum of Natural History stood like a beacon against the storm-darkened sky, its neoclassical facade illuminated by spotlights that cast dramatic shadows across the steppe. Even from the outside, Bruce could see the new exhibits glow through the main gallery windows, an ethereal, shifting light that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm. He approached through the museum's service entrance, having studied the building's blueprints during the drive. The Hall of Mirrors occupied the entire east wing, accessible through a single entrance that funneled visitors into what Dr. Meridian called the journey of self-discovery. "Oracle, what's the layout?" he sub-vocalized into his cowl's communication system. "The exhibit is designed as a progressive maze," she replied, her voice carrying slight static that suggested interference from the installation's electronics. "Visitors enter through a corridor of traditional mirrors, then progress through increasingly complex reflective environments. The final chamber is called the Mirror of Truth, some kind of advanced holographic system that supposedly shows visitors their authentic self." Batman made his way through the museum's darkened corridors, noting the unusual silence. The building should have been alive with the sounds of the opening reception, but instead, an eerie quiet prevailed. Emergency lighting cast long shadows that seemed to shift and multiply, creating the unsettling sensation that he was already surrounded by mirrors. "No sign of the reception guests," he reported. "The museum appears to be empty." "That's impossible," Oracle replied. "Guest list showed over 200 confirmed attendees, city officials, major donors, members of the press." Batman reached the entrance to the Hall of Mirrors and understood. The reception had proceeded as planned, but the guests were still inside the exhibit, trapped in Dr. Meridian's maze of reflective surfaces. Through the entrance, he could see figures moving slowly through corridors lined with mirrors, their movements strangely synchronized, as if they were following some unheard instruction. "They're all in there," he realized, "the entire reception. She's turned the opening into a mass experiment." He studied the entrance more carefully, noting sensors and cameras that would track visitor movement and biometric data. This wasn't just a psychological experiment. It was a comprehensive study of how large groups responded to controlled identity manipulation. "Harvey's here," Oracle confirmed, her voice carrying new urgency. "Security footage shows him entering through the main gallery 30 minutes ago. But, Bruce, there's something else. The system's tracking two distinct biometric signatures from the same individual. The technology is reading Harvey and Two-Face as separate people." Batman entered the Hall of Mirrors, immediately struck by the disorienting effect of infinite reflections stretching in all directions. The first corridor was lined with traditional mirrors, but even these seemed subtly wrong. The reflections were delayed by fractions of a second, creating a sense of disconnection between self and image. As he moved deeper into the maze, the mirrors became more complex, curved surfaces that stretched and compressed his reflection, divided mirrors that showed different aspects of his face and body in isolation, and surfaces that seemed to respond to his presence by altering their reflective properties. "The mirrors are interactive," he noted, watching as his reflection's cowl changed color in response to his heart rate. "Biometric sensors are reading physiological data and altering the visual feedback, creating a feedback loop between the viewer's psychological state and their reflection," Oracle confirmed. "Classic conditioning technique, but applied with precision technology." Batman encountered the first group of trapped guests in what appeared to be a circular chamber surrounded by mirrors that reflected not just images but sounds. Every footstep, every breath, every whispered word was amplified and echoed back from multiple directions, creating a cacophony of self-awareness that left the visitors standing motionless, overwhelmed by the sensory input. "They can't process the conflicting information," he observed. "The mirrors are showing them multiple versions of themselves simultaneously, while the audio feedback is fragmenting their sense of individual identity." He activated his cowl's noise-cancelling systems and moved to help the guests, but found that his presence only made the situation worse. The mirrors responded to his entry by multiplying his reflection alongside theirs, creating even more confusion about who was who and what was real. "I need to find the control center," he realized. "This entire system is being operated remotely." Following the maze's progression, Batman encountered increasingly sophisticated mirror installations. One corridor featured surfaces that showed not just reflections, but projections of how visitors might look in different circumstances. Older, younger, scarred, healed, happy, terrified. Another chamber used holographic technology to create three-dimensional reflections that seemed to step out of the mirrors and interact with the viewers. "The technology is remarkable," Oracle noted, analyzing the data his cowl was collecting. "But the psychological impact is devastating. These people are losing their sense of stable identity." Batman found Dr. Elena Meridian in the exhibit's central control room, a chamber surrounded by monitors showing feeds from every mirror in the installation. She was a woman in her 50s, with the intense focus of someone who believed absolutely in her work, despite its devastating effects on her subjects. "Dr. Meridian," he said, stepping out of the shadows. She turned without surprise, as if she had been expecting him. "Batman, the ultimate study in duality. How appropriate that you should be here for the culmination of my research." "Your research is torturing innocent people," he replied, gesturing to the monitors that showed guests throughout the maze, trapped in various states of psychological fragmentation. "I'm freeing them," she corrected, her voice carrying the fervor of absolute conviction. "For years, I've watched people suffer under the weight of artificial social expectations, forced to suppress their true selves in favor of acceptable personas. My mirrors strip away those false layers, revealing the authentic individual beneath, by fracturing their minds, by showing them that the mind was already fractured. We all wear masks, Batman. We all play roles. The only difference is that my subjects are finally honest about it." Batman studied the control systems, noting how the mirrors could be adjusted to create specific psychological effects. "Where's Harvey Dent?" Dr. Meridian's expression grew more complex, a mixture of pride and concern. "Harvey is in the mirror of truth, the final chamber. He came to me seeking a cure for his condition, but I've offered him something better, a choice." "What kind of choice?" "The choice to become whole again, to select which personality will survive and eliminate the other completely. My mirror can isolate the neurological patterns that create Two-Face, allowing Harvey to literally choose which man he wants to be." Batman felt a chill that had nothing to do with the museum's climate control. "And if he chooses wrong, there is no wrong choice," Dr. Meridian replied. "Only the choice to be authentic versus the choice to remain fractured." She activated a monitor showing the Mirror of Truth chamber. Harvey Dent stood before an enormous reflective surface that seemed to shift and change, showing him sometimes as the district attorney he had once been, sometimes as the scarred criminal he had become, and sometimes as a figure that seemed to combine both aspects into something entirely new. "He's been in there for 20 minutes, Dr. Meridian continued. "The longest anyone has ever managed to withstand the Mirror of Truth. Most people can't handle seeing themselves so completely because most people aren't as comfortable with duality as Harvey is, Batman realized. He's not being torn apart by the experience, he is studying it. Meridian's confidence wavered slightly. The mirror should be forcing him to choose. The technology is designed to make integration impossible to resist. Unless he doesn't want to be integrated, Batman said, understanding Harvey's true plan. He's not here to be cured. He's here to learn how your system works, so he can use it for his own purposes. The lights in the control room suddenly flickered, and several monitors went dark. Through the remaining screens, Batman could see Harvey moving through the mirror chamber, no longer passive but actively manipulating the reflective surfaces. "That's impossible," Dr. Meridian protested. "The system is designed to be operated only from this control room." "Harvey's been studying your research since his escape," Batman realized. "Though he's not doing his own technology better than you do. And now he's taking control of it." Harvey's voice echoed through the museum's public address system, carrying the measured tones of the former district attorney, but with an edge of Two-Face's criminal cunning. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the real experiment. Dr. Meridian has shown you fractured reflections of yourselves, but I'm going to show you something far more interesting. What happens when someone chooses to embrace their duality rather than resolve it?" The mirrors throughout the installation began changing, their reflective surfaces shifting to show not just the trapped guests, but projections of their fears, their suppressed desires, their potential for both good and evil. The effect was mesmerizing and terrifying, as each person found themselves confronted with aspects of their personality they had never acknowledged. "He's turned your therapeutic tool into a weapon," Batman told Dr. Meridian. "He's not seeking integration, he's trying to create more people like himself, people who accept their capacity for both good and evil." "The system wasn't designed for this," she protested, frantically working at her controls. "I'm losing connection to the primary servers." Batman moved toward the Mirror of Truth chamber, but found his path blocked by a corridor of mirrors that seemed to extend infinitely in all directions. As he walked, his reflection multiplied and changed, sometimes showing him as Bruce Wayne, sometimes as Batman, sometimes as the child who had watched his parents die, sometimes as the man who had dedicated his life to preventing similar tragedies. "Look at yourself, Batman. Really look. How many faces do you wear? How many lies do you tell yourself about who you really are?" The mirrors around Batman began showing not just his current reflections, but memories. His parents' death, his training, his first night as Batman, moments of triumph and failure, love and loss. It was a psychological assault designed to force him to confront the contradictions in his own identity. "You think you're different from me," Harvey continued. "You think your duality is somehow noble because you call it justice. But look at what you've become. Bruce Wayne is the mask. Batman is the mask. Where is the real man underneath?" Batman forced himself to keep moving, even as the mirrors showed him increasingly disturbing images. Versions of himself that had given in to vengeance, that had become the very criminals he fought, that had lost the moral center that Alfred had worked so hard to preserve. "I know who I am," he said quietly, as much to himself as to Harvey. "Do you?" Harvey's laughter echoed from multiple directions. "Then choose. Right now, in this moment, choose which reflection is real. Are you the grieving child, the angry vigilante, the compassionate hero, the calculated strategist? Which one survives when all the others are stripped away?" Batman reached a junction where the corridor split into 3 paths, each leading to a different version of the Mirror of Truth chamber. In one, he could see Harvey Dent, the idealistic district attorney. In another, Two-Face, the scarred criminal. In the third, something that seemed to be both and neither, a figure that embodied the concept of choice itself. The beauty of duality, Harvey's voice explained, is that it represents the ultimate freedom. When you accept that you contain multitudes, you stop being limited by any single identity. You become unlimited. You become lost, Batman replied, choosing the middle path. Not because it represented compromise, but because it led toward the source of Harvey's voice. He entered the true mirror of truth chamber to find Harvey standing before a massive reflective surface that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. The mirror showed not just reflections, but possibilities. Every choice that had led to this moment, every decision that might lead away from it. "You found me," Harvey said without turning around. "I wondered if you'd be able to navigate the maze. Dr. Meridian's system is quite sophisticated, but it assumes that people want to be whole. It never accounted for someone who prefers to be fractured." "This isn't preference, Harvey. It's trauma. The coin, the scarring, the split personality, they are all ways of avoiding the pain of making real choices." Harvey finally turned, and Batman saw that the mirror of truth was showing him not as Harvey Dent or Two-Face, but as something in between. A man whose face was half scarred, but whose eyes held a clarity that neither personality had possessed alone. "Pain?" Harvey laughed. "Batman, you of all people should understand. Pain is what makes us real. Without it, we're just playing roles, pretending to be whatever society expects us to be." "Pain informs us," Batman agreed, "but it doesn't have to control us." "Doesn't it?" Harvey gestured to the mirror, which now showed Batman's reflection alongside his own. "Look at yourself. Really look. Every choice you've made has been shaped by the pain of losing your parents. Bruce Wayne, Batman, every identity you've created, they're all responses to trauma." Batman studied his reflection in the mirror of truth, seeing not just his current self, but the layers of choice and experience that had shaped him. The mirror was showing him something Dr. Meridian's technology couldn't manufacture. The continuity of decision that connected all his various identities. "You're right," he said quietly. "Every choice I've made has been shaped by that night in Crime Alley. But that's what makes them my choices. I could have become a criminal. I could have become a victim. I could have become nothing at all. Instead, I chose to become someone who prevents others from experiencing what I experienced." "And that's not duality?" Harvey challenged. "It's integration," Batman replied. "Those faces you see, Bruce Wayne, Batman, the child who lost his parents, they're not separate people. They're aspects of the same person, united by a common purpose." Harvey's expression grew more complex, the mirror of truth showing him flickering between his two primary identities. "But what if the purpose is wrong? What if the choice was wrong?" "Then you make a different choice," Batman said simply. "But you can't make any choice while you're letting chance decide for you." Harvey's hand moved instinctively toward his coin, but stopped. In the mirror of truth, his reflection showed him performing the gesture thousands of times. Every decision, every moment of moral cowardice, every abdication of personal responsibility hidden behind the fiction of random chance. "The coin was never about fairness," Batman continued. "It was about avoiding the weight of your own judgment. Two-Face isn't your dark side, Harvey. He's your frightened side. The part of you that would rather be a monster than take responsibility for being a man." The mirror of truth began showing scenes from Harvey's past, Not just the acid attack that had scarred his face, but the moments before it, when he had been struggling with corruption in his own office, with the temptation to compromise his principles for expediency, with the fear that he might not be as good a man as he pretended to be. "I was already fractured," Harvey whispered. "Before the acid, before Two-Face, I was already lying to myself about who I was. Everyone does," Batman said gently. "The difference is what you do with that knowledge. You can use it to become more honest, or you can use it as an excuse to stop trying to be good." Harvey stared at his reflection, watching as the mirror of truth showed him possibilities, versions of himself that had faced his moral struggles honestly, that had found ways to be imperfect but still principled, that had chosen growth over division. Dr. Meridian's system was supposed to force me to choose between Harvey and Two-Face, he said slowly. But that was never the real choice, was it? The real choice, Batman agreed, is whether to keep choosing. Every day, every moment, every decision. That's what makes us human. Behind them, the sound of approaching footsteps announced the arrival of GCPD officers, guided by Oracle's coordination and Alfred's careful monitoring of the situation. Dr. Meridian had been taken into custody, her mirror system powered down, the trapped reception guests gradually emerging from their psychological maze. Harvey looked at his coin one last time, then placed it on the floor of the chamber. In the mirror of truth, Batman could see the symbolic weight of the gesture. Not just the rejection of random chance, but the acceptance of personal responsibility for his choices going forward. "I'll need to go back to Arkham," Harvey said quietly. "For treatment, not punishment," Batman agreed. "Real treatment this time, not experimentation." As they left the Hall of Mirrors together, Batman caught a glimpse of his reflection in the museum's regular windows. Not the distorted, fragmented images of Dr. Meridian's mirrors, but a simple, honest reflection that showed him exactly as he was. A man who had chosen to turn his pain into purpose, his loss into a commitment to prevent others from suffering the same loss. The storm had passed while they were inside the museum, leaving Gotham streets washed clean and reflecting the city's lights like scattered stars. Batman and Harvey stood on the museum steps, looking out at a city that contained as much darkness as light, as much hope as despair. "Will you be all right?" Harvey asked, and Batman realized he was asking not just about tonight, but about the burden of carrying multiple identities, multiple responsibilities, multiple faces. "I have help," Batman replied, thinking of Alfred's wisdom, Oracle's support, the community of people who had chosen to stand with him in his mission. "That makes all the difference," Harvey nodded, understanding that he too would need to accept help if he wanted to heal rather than simply manage his fractured identity. As the police car pulled away, Batman watched until it disappeared into the night, carrying a man who had finally chosen to stop letting chance make his choices for him. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice came through the cowl's communication system. "I trust the evening's revelations were illuminating?" Batman smiled slightly as he prepared to return to the cave. Sometimes the most important mirror is the one that shows us we have a choice about what we see. The Batcave welcomed him with its familiar sounds and shadows, a sanctuary where all his various identities could coexist in service of a single chosen purpose. As he removed the cowl, Bruce Wayne looked at his reflection in the cave's dark pool, seeing not fragmentation but continuity, the unbroken line of choice that connected the child who had lost his parents to the man who had dedicated his life to protecting others. Alfred appeared at his side, carrying a steaming cup of tea and wearing the expression of quiet satisfaction that came after a case resolved with wisdom rather than violence. The museum reports that all guests have been safely evacuated and are receiving appropriate psychological care, he said, settling into the chair beside the computer console. Dr. Meridian's research has been confiscated, though I suspect the real healing will come from helping her subjects understand what they experienced. Bruce accepted the tea gratefully, feeling the warmth spread through hands that had grown cold in the museum's climate-controlled environment. Harvey's agreed to voluntary commitment at Arkham. Real treatment this time, with Dr. Leyland overseeing his care personally. And Dr. Meridian herself will face charges for reckless endangerment and practicing without a license. But Oracle's analysis suggests she genuinely believed she was helping people. That counts for something. Bruce studied his reflection in the tea's surface, noting how the liquid's gentle movement made his features seem to shift and change. The real tragedy is that she was asking the right questions. The integration of fractured identity, the role of self-perception in psychological healing, these are legitimate areas of research, but approached with the arrogance of someone who believed she could shortcut the human experience, Alfred observed. Healing, particularly psychological healing, cannot be rushed or forced. It requires patience, compassion, and above all, the subject's own willingness to change. Bruce nodded, thinking of Harvey's moment of clarity in the Mirror of Truth chamber. He looked terrified when he finally saw himself clearly. Not Harvey or Two-Face, but the whole person. Damaged but not irredeemable. Fractured but not beyond healing. Fear can be the beginning of wisdom, Alfred replied gently. The fear of continuing as one has been. The fear of remaining trapped in patterns that no longer serve. Your parents understood this, you know. They spoke often about the courage required to look honestly at oneself and choose growth over comfort. The cave's computer systems hummed quietly as Oracle's analysis of the evening's events processed in the background. Data streams flowed across multiple monitors, documenting the psychological profiles of the affected museum guests, the technical specifications of Dr. Meridian's mirror technology, and the gradual restoration of the victim's stable self-perception. The technology itself wasn't inherently harmful. Oracle's voice joined the conversation through the cave's speakers. The mirrors were actually quite sophisticated. Biometric sensors, real-time image processing, holographic projection systems that could respond to micro-expressions and physiological changes. In the right hands, it could have been therapeutic, but it was designed with a fundamental flaw, Bruce said, reviewing the technical schematics on the central monitor. It assumed that integration meant choosing a single identity, rather than finding harmony among multiple aspects of self. Alfred rose and moved to a wall display that showed Wayne family portraits spanning generations. Your great-grandfather, Thomas Wayne, was a doctor, an industrialist, a philanthropist, and a father. Your father was a surgeon, a businessman, a social reformer, and a devoted husband. They never saw these roles as contradictory or requiring choice between them. They were unified by purpose, Bruce realized, following Alfred's gesture to study the portraits. Each role served the larger goal of making Gotham a better place. Precisely. The Wayne legacy has always been one of integration through service, not fragmentation through fear. Alfred returned to his chair, his movements carrying the grace of someone who had spent decades providing stability in an inherently unstable life. Dr. Meridian's mirrors showed people their contradictions but offered no framework for understanding how those contradictions might serve a greater whole. Bruce walked to the cave's trophy wall, where mementos from years of cases reflected the complexity of his mission. The Joker's playing card beside a commendation from the GCPD, Two-Face's damaged coin next to a child's drawing of Batman as a hero, Each item represented a different aspect of his experience, but together they told a coherent story of choice and consequence. Harvey's coin, he said, touching the damaged currency that had once dictated the criminal's decision. Gave it up tonight, but I wonder if he understands what that really means. What do you think it means? Alfred asked, employing the Socratic method that had guided Bruce's education since childhood. Bruce considered the question carefully, watching his reflection multiply in the various glass cases and metal surfaces throughout the cave. The coin represented the illusion of fairness, the idea that moral decisions could be made without moral responsibility. By surrendering it, Harvey accepted that every choice has a moral weight that cannot be delegated to chance. And for you, what does tonight's experience suggest about your own relationship with choice and identity? The question hung in the air like incense, creating space for reflection that Bruce had not allowed himself during the intensity of the case. He moved to the costume display, where multiple versions of the Batman suit hung in silent testimony to the evolution of his mission. Early designs that prioritized intimidation, later models that emphasized protection, current technology that sought to balance both. I've always told myself that Bruce Wayne is the mask and Batman is the reality, he said slowly. But tonight, in those mirrors, I saw something different. They're both real, both necessary, both serving the same fundamental purpose, which is to honor my parents' memory by ensuring that no child experiences what I experienced. Bruce Wayne provides the resources and social legitimacy. Batman provides the direct intervention and symbolic presence. Neither could accomplish the mission alone. Alfred smiled with the satisfaction of a teacher whose student had discovered an important truth independently. And the child who lost his parents that night in Crime Alley is still there, Bruce acknowledged. Still grieving, still angry, still afraid. But he's not driving the car anymore. He's a passenger, being taken somewhere meaningful rather than just away from pain. The cave's grandfather clock began chiming midnight, its deep tones echoing off stone walls that had witnessed this same conversation in countless variations over the years. Bruce had always been drawn to the symbolism of midnight, the moment when one day ended and another began, when darkness reached its peak before yielding to the possibility of dawn. Oracle, what's the status on the museum guests? He asked, returning his attention to immediate concerns. All stable and recovering well, she replied. The psychological effects seem to be temporary once removed from the mirror environment. Dr. Arkham expects full recovery for everyone within a few weeks, with appropriate counseling. And the children who were there with their families? That's interesting, actually. The children showed remarkable resilience. One little girl, Emma Chen, told the counselors that she wasn't scared because she could see Batman was still Batman, even in the broken mirrors. Children's sense of identity seems more flexible, less threatened by seeing multiple reflections of themselves. Bruce felt a warmth that had nothing to do with Alfred's tea. Children's faith in his mission had always been both humbling and inspiring. They saw past the intimidating exterior to the protective purpose beneath, accepting contradictions that adults found threatening. There's wisdom in that perspective, Alfred observed. Children understand intuitively that people can be many things simultaneously without losing their essential nature. It's adults who insist on reducing complex individuals to simple categories. The Batcave's advanced medical bay caught Bruce's attention as he moved through the space, its equipment ready to treat everything from minor injuries to life-threatening trauma. Like everything else in his mission, it represented duality. The same hands that could inflict damage were trained to heal. The same mind that studied criminal psychology also understood emergency medicine. I should check on Harvey tomorrow, Bruce said, though he knew he would visit as Bruce Wayne rather than Batman. Dr. Leland will want a full report on tonight's events, and Harvey might benefit from knowing that someone still believes in his capacity for recovery. Recovery, not cure, Alfred corrected gently. The distinction is important. Harvey's experiences have left scars that will never fully heal, but scars can be integrated into a healthy sense of self rather than hidden or denied. Bruce touched his own face reflexively, feeling the small scars that marked years of physical confrontations. Each one told a story, represented a choice to put himself at risk for others' benefit. They were proof of his commitment, not flaws to be erased. Dr. Meridian's approach assumed that psychological scars were inherently destructive, he realized. But scars can also be evidence of survival, of healing, of the body's remarkable ability to repair itself and continue functioning. Indeed, your parents' death left you with profound psychological scarring, but you found ways to transform that wound into a source of strength and purpose, not by denying its reality, but by choosing how to respond to it. The cave's main computer completed its analysis of the mirror technology, displaying detailed schematics that showed how the system had been designed to exploit specific psychological vulnerabilities. Bruce studied the data, noting how Dr. Meridian had incorporated elements of classical conditioning, behavioral modification, and sensory manipulation into her installation. She understood the science, he said admiringly, despite his disapproval of her methods. The mirrors weren't just reflective surfaces, they were sophisticated psychological instruments designed to create specific emotional and cognitive responses. Science in service of the wrong philosophy, Alfred replied. Like many brilliant people, she confused technical competence with moral authority. She could build the mirrors, so she assumed she had the right to use them on unsuspecting subjects. The question now is whether similar technology could be used therapeutically, with proper ethical oversight and patient consent. Bruce highlighted specific components of the system that might have legitimate medical applications. Controlled exposure to distorted self-perception, combined with skilled counseling, might help some patients work through identity issues. With the emphasis on patient agency rather than doctor control, Alfred agreed. The mirrors showed people different aspects of themselves, but Dr. Meridian tried to dictate what those revelations should mean. True therapy would allow patients to interpret their own reflections. Bruce moved to the cave's communications array, where multiple screens monitored police frequencies, news reports, and Oracle's ongoing surveillance of Gotham's criminal activity. The city never slept, and neither did the network of people dedicated to protecting it. Each monitor represented a different perspective on the same urban landscape, like Dr. Meridian's mirrors, but serving a constructive rather than destructive purpose. The real mirror of truth, he said, gesturing to the array of information sources, is the willingness to see clearly, from multiple angles, and then act on what you discover. Speaking of which, Oracle's voice carried a note of gentle concern. You should know that several news outlets are already reporting on tonight's events. The museum is calling it a technical malfunction with the new exhibit, but some witnesses are describing more dramatic experiences. Let them report, Bruce said after a moment's consideration. Sometimes the truth serves the mission better than mystery. People should know that there are those who would exploit their psychological vulnerabilities, and that there are also those committed to protecting them from such exploitation. Alfred nodded approvingly. Transparency is a form of protection. Your father would have appreciated that approach. The cave's training area drew Bruce's attention as he continued his circuit of the space. Heavy bags hung still in the humid air, their surfaces marked by years of impact from fists that needed to channel energy constructively. rather than destructively. Like the mirrors in the museum, they reflected back what was given to them, but unlike Dr. Meridian's installation, they served to strengthen rather than fragment. "I should train tomorrow," he said, though the comment was really about maintaining the discipline that kept all aspects of his identity working in harmony. Physical conditioning, tactical practice, meditation, integration through routine, Alfred agreed. The daily choice to maintain the capabilities that serve your mission. "Alfred," Bruce said, turning to face the man who had been his anchor through decades of moral complexity. "How do you do it? How do you maintain such clarity about right and wrong when the world is so complicated?" Alfred's smile carried the warmth of someone who had been waiting years for that exact question. "By remembering that complexity doesn't eliminate moral responsibility, it makes it more necessary. The fact that situations are complicated means we must think more carefully, not that we should stop thinking altogether." Like Harvey's coin, Bruce realized. He used complexity as an excuse to stop making moral judgments. Precisely. When faced with difficult decisions, the temptation is either to oversimplify, reducing everything to black and white categories, or to abandon judgment entirely, claiming that complexity makes moral assessment impossible. Both responses are forms of cowardice. Bruce returned to the computer console, where the data from the evening's events continued to process. The technology that had nearly destroyed Harvey's psyche was now serving a constructive purpose, its capabilities analyzed and documented for potential therapeutic applications. Even Dr. Meridian's misguided research might ultimately contribute to legitimate healing, properly supervised and ethically applied. "Tomorrow I'll visit Harvey as Bruce Wayne," he said, making the decision aloud, not to interrogate or investigate, but to demonstrate that someone still sees him as a person worth saving. And Dr. Meridian deserves the same consideration. Her methods were wrong, but her questions about identity and healing were legitimate. She might yet contribute to genuine therapeutic progress, with proper guidance. Alfred rose and began preparing to retire for the evening, his movements carrying the satisfaction of another crisis resolved through wisdom rather than force. "Master Bruce, before I leave you to your brooding, and I say that with the greatest affection, I want you to remember something your father once told me about the nature of heroism." Bruce looked up from the computer console, giving Alfred his full attention, said that true heroes aren't people without flaws or contradictions. They're people who acknowledge their complexity and choose to use it in service of something greater than themselves. Tonight, you helped Harvey make that same choice. That's a victory worth celebrating. As Alfred's footsteps echoed up the stairs to the manor, Bruce remained in the cave, surrounded by the tools and symbols of his mission. In the quiet that followed, he could hear the subtle sounds of the cave's life. Water dripping from limestone formations, the flutter of bat wings in the upper reaches, the hum of technology serving human purposes. He looked again at his reflection in the dark pool, seeing not a man divided between identities, but a person who had found ways to integrate his various roles in service of a clear moral purpose. The child who had lost his parents, the man who had trained himself to fight crime, the billionaire who funded social programs, the detective who sought truth in Gotham's shadows. All were present, all were real, all served the same fundamental commitment. In the distance, Gotham's lights reflected off wet streets and glass windows, creating 1,000 different images of the same city, beautiful and broken, dangerous and hopeful, always changing but somehow always itself. Like its protector, the city contained multitudes, and like its protector, it had learned that the key to unity wasn't the absence of complexity, but the presence of purpose. The mirror of truth, Batman realized, wasn't a piece of technology at all. It was the choice to see clearly, to accept responsibility, and to keep choosing who to be in the face of infinite possibilities. And that was a mirror every person carried within themselves, whether they chose to look into it or not. As the cave's lights dimmed automatically in response to the late hour, Bruce Wayne allowed himself a moment of quiet satisfaction. Tonight had been about more than stopping a criminal or saving lives. It had been about helping a broken man find the courage to choose healing over fragmentation, integration over division, hope over despair. In a city full of mirrors, that choice made all the difference. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.